What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, fantastic evening, fantastic night, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this Hasan, our broadcast coming to you live from finally sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday. It's February 8th, 2025. And we are in the Burger Reich, of course. As always, we are firmly committed to the Burger Reich, the Fourth Reich, but for burger. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And a lot has taken place. I just started my weight loss journey and you're a huge inspiration. Hell yeah, chatter. Yes, as you can tell, Kaya's place has moved. As you can tell, I've changed the background a little bit, the lighting a little bit. What's happening with those slutty Instagram pics lately? You look ghost white. Good. There have been some issues in terms of you're late, thought you weren't going to stream. Yes, that's right. I am late. I'm almost an hour late, and I have good, I have good reason for it. But, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'll tell you exactly why I'm late. Now, of course, you have to bear with me a little bit. You have to bear with me a little bit as I am somewhat, just a tad bit jet lag still, of course. That is a real issue when you fly from, I think, what is it, like a 17-hour time difference? That can be a little problematic. But regardless, yeah, I've time traveled. Oh, WTF, you look really white right now. Is it just the lighting? You're barely darker than my blonde Iowan ass. Good. If it makes me look whiter, then that's good. This is the other camera, and it makes Kaya look really dark now. So we're going to go with the normal camera. We're going with this one. I'm not trying to get deported. You know, the whiter I look, the righter I look, the righter I seem. The more right I seem. All right.
And he's in his dressing room right back there.
What the hell's going on here? Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and let me tell you what's going on, all right? First and foremost, end of the broadcast last night, went and hung out with my mom and my grandma, my grandpa. My grandma, as you guys know, fell and broke her wrist. So she had to get surgery while I was in Japan. She's perfectly fine, though, so that's good. There's like a 17-day situation, I think, and then they will take out. They're going to take out her cast, and things are going well on that front. I think Hasanabi is a professional and an adult and should learn how his studio equipment works. All respect. I do know how my studio equipment works. Everyone has issues with this lighting as well, it seems. That's crazy. Chatters pretending they're middle managers is hilarious. Why is the neon sign not illuminated? Because when it is, it's annoying. It creates an annoying backlight and you can't even see it. Here, I'll show you. Is that better? It's better, right? All right, we'll keep it up. Fuck it. We'll keep it up. It is fire today. Thank you. Outfit's very Seagal coded. Is this a Yoji fit you dripped out? Yeah. People just want something to bitch about. Anyway, but yeah, I've been trying to fix the lighting situation in here. That's what I did yesterday as well. And it's already difficult because we have studio cameras. And they're very expensive studio cameras that initially a professional production company helped me set up. And the unfortunate reality of the professional studio cameras is that you need studio lighting in it. And we have some semblance of studio lighting in here, but it's just the cameras are unnecessarily complicated. That's it. The cameras are unnecessarily complicated. That's it. Is that your Margiela jacket? No. This is all Japanese shit, which I've worn many, many times prior to going to Japan. A bunch of it is Yoji. None of it is new. PSN is down. Is it because of IDF or Hamas? Please investigate this important issue right now. It could be both. Would you say designer, perhaps? Yeah, it is. It's a designer. The designer is Yoji Yamamoto, one of my favorite designers. He doesn't care about me anymore. I don't know who this person is. Who is this person in the chat talking about how he misses me? And I can't recall. It seems like he had a place of importance in my life at a certain point in my life, but I feel like he's been out of my life now. He's dead to me, per se. It feels like a whisper, you know? A whisper from the past. Oh man, it was funny. I talked to Austin last night, chat, and March. Austin was like, "Oh, did you feel bad that you stayed behind?" And I was like, "Bitch, no. I feel bad that I came back." Like he thought that I was like wasting my time staying in Japan and streaming from Japan an extra couple days after they had left, and he didn't realize it was like, I'm sad because I'm back. I'm actually sad. I'm actually sad because I'm back. Unironically. Did you already do a Japan haul? We can do a bit of a Japan haul today. Are you ever going to get Dr. Umar on the broadcast? I would love to get Dr. Umar on the broadcast. But in any case, yeah, we're still working on the cameras and stuff, but at least the background looks sick. So, you know, you got that. And I also fixed the focus. I fixed the focus on this main camera. That was the major issue for me. Anyway, exposure is kind of high, maybe. Shh, don't even bring that up. Just let it happen. Okay. This might be the hottest you ever looked. Oh yeah. On fire, you mean? Why do you shoot so many of your Instagram stories and the nipple up? It is what it is. That's just how it is. Everyone watched the I Did a thing, I think. It seems like you guys all watched the I Did a Thing video already. So that's cool. I guess I don't have to watch it. Just kidding. I'm of course going to be watching it. Yeah, the fits are on point. This was all this was yesterday's fit. All Japan haul, by the way. Okay. Yoji jacket. I think it was like, I forget what the what the turtleneck was, but I got some crazy thrift finds. And then the pants were a brand called Not Conventional. Again, it's like some cheap Japanese brand. It was awesome. And then today's fit is mostly just old stuff that I've had. Got the 2 kids in a trench coat fit. I love those pants, dude. They're so sick. You look like an Orthodox priest. Seems like you didn't take the stylist advice. How long ago? How long ago was that I Did a Thing filmed? I don't even remember. Many months ago. Like last year, I think. It took like 6 months, I think, for him to get clearance from YouTube. Like, it took a while. YouTube would not give him clearance for some reason. Don't know why. But yeah, here, this is what chatters were complaining about. Nipple shot. Not following the no black advice. Dog, this looks 480p, Lamau. What are you talking about? What looks 480p? Like the stream does? Is that what you're saying? Is the stream 480p for you? Does the nipple look 480p? Like, what is that? What does that even mean? The 480p nipple? 480p more like nippy. Is your chest hair white? Yeah, some of it is. But other than that, this is the fit for today. Anyway. But yeah, we'll do all nipple lobby broadcast. Yeah, Nippon and nipple. You really despise your no fab community, man? I do. I'm all fab, baby. No fab. But yeah, once again, I woke up. I went to bed after hanging out with my mom, my grandma, and all of them. Went to bed at around 11. Woke up at 3 a.m. again. Okay. Went back to sleep after watching more Mashal. Went back to sleep. Woke up at 8 a.m. or almost 9 a.m. Like everything got pushed back a little bit, and I worked out. Kaya got a workout into. That's why she's passed out right now. So that is the reason why I'm late. And then after I came back, I was working on tweaking the background, changing, as you can see, Kaya's bed. I put it over here. And then pushing the fridge back a little bit. Bernie Sanders, unfortunately, is gone from the background. And the reason for that is because he was taking up too much of the autofocus for some reason. So we had to make some minor changes that way. But yeah. But at least now you can see me. Oh, also I had to change the camera angle because the other camera angle, this one, unfortunately, is like one right now too dark unless I turn on the main lights, in which case it won't be too dark. But on this angle, you can't really see me. Like when editors are making edits like for TikTok and stuff, apparently this is I look too small. So this is a little bit better. And you get to see Kaya and everything. So look at these billboards they pay for to talk shit about Nico Harrison. Oh, that's amazing. Calling him a traitor and shit. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Where'd you get the whitewash camera? I need one for my Zoom calls. Did you see Cutie call out Lolo's bullshit? What is this? You know, I think a big problem nowadays is people have no sense of wonder anymore. I wonder if you could shut the hell up. What happened? The girls are fighting. Did you install Windows behind? Holy what? Why do people always say holy like this? It's kind of cringe. I don't know why. Anyway. Like, holy. New setup is perfect for long form Hasanabi TikToks, though. Wait, what do you mean? This? Actively threw away the easiest gimme of all time. Kamala Harris actively ran towards Biden. I mean, it's like away from Biden. It's obviously too low quality because they have to punch into my face when I'm talking. Not on just Gaza. Gaza is one issue. It's a significant one, but it's one issue. What is important about Gaza is that it demonstrates a couple things. It is a microcosm of the problem at the heart of the Democratic Party, which is their inability to listen to the actual voters, no matter how loud those voters are yelling. Their inability to do the bidding of voters and doing everything they can to defend their benefactors, their corporate donors. They were willing and did throw away an election when all signs and all data readily available showed that changing the trajectory and pushing for a ceasefire actively would most likely have seen at least a 6-point swing in some of the key states. A Harris campaign organizer says senior officials ordered them to erase voters who asked about Gaza, marking emails as no response so they'd be removed from outreach. No engagement, no persuasion, just ignored. We also didn't create a new category for Gaza response out of fear that that category would be leaked. Instead, we were told to mark them up as no response. The only clowns out there are those who were in senior leadership and decided to abdicate on this issue, who silenced the Palestinian speaker of the DNC, who told us to ignore it every time a voter asked us about Gaza. This is a massive failure. Writing this off is throwing away tens of millions of dollars of work. When someone goes and knocks on a door and has a direct back and forth, or someone calls someone, a voter, a potential voter, and has this back and forth, and they mark that as like, oh, unresponsive, throw it away. You're literally throwing data away. And you're doing that because you're afraid that if that data leaks, everyone will know the sinister truth, that you are avoiding this issue like the plague because you have donors up your hole. I'm saying that people don't vote on harm reduction narratives. This has been a demonstrable failure now twice around. At a certain point, you can't hope that the educated electorate is going to come out and respond to harm reduction narratives. Ironically enough, in this circumstance, it's not like Kamala Harris was even advocating for harm reduction. On other aspects, maybe, but the harm reduction was packaged in a way where the Democrats were admitting that they were wrong and hypocritical. Like on the issue of the border, Democrats were advocating for a right-wing border bill that Republicans wrote. Why are people constantly telling me that I'm drinking cold brew concentrate without diluting it? You think I don't know? I know. I know I'm drinking cold brew concentrate without diluting it. Get this guy on the broadcast. That was basically Trump's agenda from 2020 that they successfully defeated on the issue of immigration. And that basically was an admission that they were wrong on immigration. Why the would anybody vote for you then? On the other hand, yeah, Trump wants to do mass deportations. Is that worse? Of course it is. Trump wanted to do mass deportations. Kamala Harris advocated for Donald Trump's policy from 2020. Which is worse? Of course mass deportation is worse. But in the eyes of the voters, they're not going to look at that and go, well, this is harm reduction. They're going to look at that and go, you said the border wall was racist for 8 years. You called me a Nazi. Now you want to build the border wall? Turns out your ineptitude is the reason why we have a border crisis to begin with, and now you're admitting that. You can't win elections like this. There are plenty in this community, Michael from Pennsylvania, myself, we saw this from a mile away. I talked about how dangerous a gamble this was for Kamala Harris, running around with Liz. Not only without watering it down, but you are drinking the amount that is supposed to last for like a week. I'm not drinking the entire thing. Cheney over and over. Oh my God. Were you serious about doing a mini Japan haul? Yeah. Again, thinking that she's gonna. Let me live my life, chat. Let me live my life. Okay. Can I live my life? I'm a 33-year-old man. I think I know what's up. You know what I mean? I know what's happening. I know. Yeah. Also, the reason why I drink this concentrate is because I don't know why, but this brand's concentrate is not that heavy. when I water it down, it's too diluted and it doesn't taste as good. It doesn't taste like coffee at all. Now we know why he takes 30-second shits. Yeah. Wait until people find out. People slam a C4 and Rebel just to wake up for work. Yeah, if I did stuff like that on camera, people would go crazy. But in any case, yeah, this is a good TikTok. I love the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex popping off on TikTok, making these TikToks bang. Bro streams 10 hours and doesn't take a shit on company time. Yes, I poop before I start my stream. Everybody knows this. I poop twice before I start my stream. What the dog doing? She drinking water. That's what the dog doing. Slurp, 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 slurp. Is the rifle stable? It doesn't look very stable. No, it's not. I've lost childhood memories to remember Hasan's shit schedule. I'ma off myself. Don't do that. Don't memorize my poop schedule. It's also easy to memorize. Let's be real. Don't act like it's a difficult thing to memorize. I poop twice in the morning. That's it. I'm live and alive. Place. On this Saturday Funday. The gays request a shirtless stream. There's a petition with 10,000 sigs. Okay, the funny thing about that is that I've done more shirtless streams in Japan than I ever have in my entire life. Most of them were on Will's channel, but we went crazy with the shirtless streams. We went, I did a shirtless sumo stream. I did a shirtless Fight Club stream. You know, we did it all. Wait, hold on. I'm going to do something here that might actually fix the lighting a little bit. Potentially. Let's see. Is that better? Make the lighting a little bit warmer. It's not an OBS. The window behind you is causing the blowout. Yeah, the problem with that is I can't shut the window off because there is already a shade on it. There's already literally a thing on the window. I was twerking in booty shorts. Yeah, I got slutty as hell when I was in Japan, honestly. So it's kind of crazy that you guys don't recognize that. Yeah, I need blackout curtains. I know. Did Chad already forget you were shirtless in Japan? Yeah, look at this.
Look at the slide from that. Oh, he likes it. Oh.
Dude, I was a slutty maid. Like, I was real slutty in Japan. I was real slutty in Japan. It was crazy. What does Funday mean? So back in the day, I used to watch a lot of like fun content, and today we're going to get back to that. I searched for your channel on the Twitch app just now like I always do, and yours did not appear, just the waiting room channels. There might be a big conspiracy to destroy me. Stavros Halkias was on Hot Ones. We'll watch that. So there's a lot of fun stuff that we are going to watch. You can definitely slap some film under the reflective light. There are better solutions than curtains. Thanks, everybody. I didn't realize I had a community full of gaffers. Ayatse, set production, set design people in the chat. I know there are many options. And guess what? I'm not going to be doing them right now. But There will be news today. Obviously, we're going to get started on news. We're going to talk about like Doge block. We're going to talk about Israel complains about hostage conditions. In parentheses, insane. Yay. Goes full Hitler again. Didn't actually talk about that. Didn't actually get to talk about that yesterday because it was just like whatever. Did you take any inspiration from Moist Critical in the setup? Similar vibes? No, this has been my setup. It's just you're seeing more of it. Did you see that Hexeth is changing out which news orgs will be allowed at the press conference? Yes. Have you ever heard lift to experience? What does that mean?
Conservative.
Apparently Jose did a conservative documentary video, which I love. I'm snitching on Will. What did he say?
Slamming into me.
I'm gonna beat Marsha up, and then I'm gonna beat Kaya up. There's nothing you can do about it.
No. Damn, the quality on this was not great, apparently, like in the Fight Club. Why was it so low? May I suggest raising the house and rotating it about 28 degrees anti-clockwise? Yeah. Thank you for your suggestion. Can we watch our boy get fit later? Sure. Yeah. Can we watch Chat find in love with the Hawktua dating app? Hawktua has a dating app? MAGA is infighting whether being gay is okay. Okay. Hi. Okay. Yes, we're going to watch me being on fire. People just being racist to black pilots now. Nice. Expected. Normal. Cool stuff happening in the United States of America. Normal stuff happening in this country, which is a normal country, a normal country. Just not an abnormal country, but a normal one. Very cool. All right, let me blast off and then let's do it. I'm live and alive on this Saturday. Funday. Doge block from courts. Israel complains about hostage conditions. Yego's full Hitler again. Then we watch Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire, and more fun reacts. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. All right, we blasted off. Let the people know we are live. We are alive. MAGA is fighting over whether Scott Pressler's being gay is okay or not. How dare they come after the king? You better not come at. If you come after the king, you better not miss, dude. Scott Pressler is the king. Hey, Kaya, place. I thought she wanted to get some water. Come on, get up there. What the hell is this? Don't look at me like that. It's bad for your joints if you lay on the ground. Chatters are so annoying when they say like, why don't you let her on the ground? It's because it's bad for her joints. It's bad for her joints. Okay. Squeaks mogs you. What is this?
Doing this because of Canada going to China for more influence at Hasanabi. I can't think of another reason they have done drone text or Republicans. Bro, you're in the wrong chat. I'm not Hasan. We just look similar.
Okay, that's kind of cool that he said that because, like, I take that as a compliment that he thinks we look alike, as in, like, I look as much as Chad-like as Squeaks does. You know what I mean? Like, he's such a handsome guy. He's such a goddamn Chad. He mogs me on a daily basis, but it is cool that he thinks that we look alike at least. You know what I mean? Like, respect. Fix your stream. I'm seeing double. Guys, stop with the stop it. Stop. You play too much. You play too much.
Yes, I do. I look exactly like him. No, obviously there's a big difference. I think I'm like really, really, really good looking. I kind of.
Oh damn! I didn't realize he was. I didn't realize he was gonna come out and say that. Like, it's true, but it's like it's one of those things where just because it's true, you shouldn't say it. You know what I mean? You probably shouldn't say it because it's true, right? Like, I didn't realize he openly would say that he mogs me. Fix the stream. You are red like the Quaaludes guy. What? No, I'm not. Fix your eyes. What the fuck?
Mog him. You clear him, sweetie.
What is this?
Guys, there's a new healthcare CEO for United. Also, hunting.
Wait, Squeaks then defended you? Oh, I think I saw this. I saw this. This is a perfect representation of the insanity of my haters that go far and wide. You know what I mean? A perfect representation of the insanity of my haters. Well, look at this.
Team up on Discord. Hasan is corrupt. Hasan.
LSF mods are banning any mention of D. Oh, they're back to their sweeping ways. There was like a 1 day period where LSF allowed clips to be out. And now it's gone. I find your haters in chess streams. Yeah, it's funny when they go to like people that I like and people who I sometimes collaborate with and stuff like that. And then they will do stuff like this. Look at this. Look at the mania.
Protect streamers. Their fans are on their whim. Hasan and streamers have a stronghold on the industry. Fuck Hasan. I love when people use the term industry. Like, we're not all just like balding men saying cum. Like, look at the game I'm about to play. You think there's an interesting take you're gonna have on the industry? Sorry. That guy is so fucked. No, wait, don't ban him. Don't ban him.
Hasan and streamers team up on Discord. Hasan is corrupt. Hasan protects streamers. Their fans are on their whim. Hasan and streamers have a stronghold on the industry. Fuck Hasan.
Fuck. Fuck. That's how I read it. Fuck. Fuck.
Bros have decided doing QAnon. Like, they're doing, unironically, they're doing QAnon, but for streaming. At least like your MAGA grandparents do QAnon for like consequential things. You know what I mean? Like at least people who are doing QAnon, accounts suspended or deactivated. Damn, that's right. It's because I do have that stronghold on the Twitch sphere. That's right. That's why this account was, I forced this account to deactivate because I control this platform. I own it. Anyway, at least QAnon has space lasers. They have so many alts. They just kept adding underscores. What? Is this guy? I mean, this guy's not all right, it seems. Anyway, where were we? Oh, here. He's not fat. Bring him back. Dallas Mavs fans react to the reports that the team had issues with Luka Doncic's conditioning.
Bring him back. He's not fat. Bring him back. He's not fat. Bring him back. He's not fat. Bring him back.
Fire Nico. Sell the team. Go away. Luka is the culture. Judas Benedict, Brutus, Nico. Yo, Dirk handed Luka the torch. Nico blew it out. That's amazing. I mean, dude, it is pretty sad. You had incredible talent, then you just tossed it aside. They're destroying the Luka Fat Man allegations. Bro, why are you sending me the same? I'm literally watching the clip. This is the thing that I will never understand why chatters do this thing where I'll be literally watching the clip that they send me. And they'll be like, yo, can you please watch this video? It is funny. It's like, I just watched it. Anyway. Yeah, fire Nico and Miriam. I think Miriam wants the team to go to Vegas, and that's why she did this move. Okay, so remember, hating Miriam Adelson is good. Okay, remember, a lot of people are hating on Nico, but the real reason you can't make a trade like this without the owner signing off on it. Okay, this is something that Miriam Adelson pushed for in my headcanon. Okay, do I have any evidence for it? Anybody that criticizes D gets banned off of LSF. Now they're just throwing all plausible deniability away. Yeah, that's not surprising. How can a Destiny fan post this with a straight face, let alone Destiny say it, when he's an actual sexual predator who's harassed Hasan for years, lol? Edit got banned for this, lol. Not beating the allegations of being lackeys for DGG. Yeah. They're going ham on this. They're not even hiding it anymore. They're like, hey, like they posted this video. Ethan Klein reveals Hasan told him not to talk about Destiny when they started Leftovers. Yeah, it wasn't just Destiny. There were a couple other people that he wanted to cover all the time as well to like clown on him, like Nick Fuentes. And I was like, I don't want to do that. Destiny. No, Hasan used Destiny to get ahead. Oh my God. Sex predator or terrorist apologist, both sides are cooked. Yeah, dude, totally. Anyway. I can't believe we just started off immediately with LSF. What a silly way to start Funday. We're moving on. We're moving quickly away from that. That wasn't even a secret. You talked about it during Leftovers. Yeah, it's not. Why would I like ironically enough, I was right. So I don't know why they thought they could post that and make it seem like it was it's something that is favorable. I think a lot of people just like regularly are perma stuck in their echo chambers, so they think like this is great. Yeah, you're just posting a W, man. I don't understand. Yeah. Also, I was right. Not only because of like the sex pestiny shit, but I was also right because he did actively harass Ethan and everyone on the fucking crew, and actually still does to this day, even though now he's homies with Ethan. So I don't know. Yeah. Hey, just letting you know, it's going to get brigaded by weirdos. And then it did. PSN down, what is your stance? They don't want you to play video games on PlayStation. Anyway. My MAGA QAnon dad, who doesn't know I watch you, came and asked me about you because he saw the Ethan video. That's so funny. I'm glad that it's getting visibility from the best, from the funniest circles. I think PSN is down because of US aid. That's what it is. I think US aid was funding PSN specifically because they wanted small boobies in Sony PlayStation games. so they could harm gamers. And basically, once USAID funding was cut, PSN obviously suffered. Now, however, now the boobies are going to get bigger in the video game. So that's something to look forward to if that's your cup of tea. Why is he not reacting to the WoW raid? That is much more important. I don't play WoW. Sony just DMCA'd 60 FPS Bloodborne project, so the occult witches are hexing PSN. Do you see Kyan crashing out? Yes. And it's very annoying.
I wanted to start off with a question because you've been in, you know, unique situations and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older operating system. What would you do?
I might have to hide from the press.
I know a couple other people.
Wait, why are they laughing before the joke? Because it's like the most obvious joke of all time. They're laughing because the former owner of the Dallas Mavericks, who sold it off to Miriam Adelson, is over here talking about how Miriam Adelson is destroying the franchise deliberately so that she can, I guess, have more money to give to Donald Trump at the behest of Israel. Yeah, and also move the franchise to Vegas. Somehow this ties back to Israel. I haven't figured out how. But I will. I will eventually figure it out, okay? Somehow. Yeah, Luka was too pro-Palestine. Kyrie is next. Anyway. Where was I? Luka is Hamas. Yes. But you guys have already started making like sexy videos of this, but yeah. I a couple months ago on I Did a Thing, I collaborated with the Aussie boys when they were here and we shot a video. The video featured some of your favorite content creators. Okay? And myself. And in this video, we all lit ourselves on fire. And I was very scared of doing this for understandable reasons. Having said that, however, it actually was a really fun experience overall. And yeah, that's it. Here.
It's a little bit embarrassing of a story, but I stole my best friend's Nintendo DS. To be fair, my Game Boy Color had been stolen in the past. So I think I had like...
No, what like I mean, to be fair, if someone robs you, you don't rob someone else out of war.
I was a kid.
He's a communist.
I was a kid. I was redistributing his property to myself. It was a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah. Why doesn't Hasanabi dress like that? It's such a good look. Because these are special clothing that are designed, well, they're cheaper, so you light them on fire. And it doesn't matter. These are not my clothes. We did this with stuntmen, and we'll do it. We'll watch the video in a little bit, okay? Timothy Chalamet, need your thoughts on this fit. I mean, it's very... this is a pretty, like, this is very K-pop, Japanese fashion. Like, this is popping. Like, this is what's kind of popping right now. This is Kevin Federline. Yeah, that is what is back. Yeah, 2011. I'm not defending it. It's not for me. It's not for me. I don't really like it, but this is the meta currently. I don't know. Guys, trends change and oftentimes they recycle, okay? Trends are like a circle. Something that's popping, something that is popping like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, will inevitably come back around, okay? There is obviously a resurgence of the late 90s, early 2000s fits, okay? And that's where we're at right now. This is precisely what is going on. Now, there's obviously timeless looks that you can always wear, but that gets kind of boring, especially if you're constantly finding yourself on red carpets and constantly looking to, you know, get people writing about you. Okay? That's why these guys hire stylists to browse through whatever the new trend is and basically take that new trend and put it on a celebrity so that he'll get flicked up on the red carpet and people will say, look at how stylish he is. This is not for you. It's not for me either because I don't really like this look. But like bulky, very baggy pants, which I also like because they're very comfortable, and big bulky shoes is definitely the meta currently. This is also like kind of like ugly by design, I think. Not for you equals can't criticize. No, I can defend this fit on the virtue of I can defend this fit on like how stylish it is for the moment, how trendy it is, but I don't think it's a timeless fit at all. And this has been the trend for the past couple of years, and it's increasingly becoming more the trend, I guess. Basically, though, what ends up happening is, I mean, it's the Devil Wears Prada meta, okay? What ends up happening is you see it on the red carpets, or before you see it on the red carpets, you see it on the runway, okay? Runway dictates where fashion is going. First, you see it on the runway. Then you see it on the red carpets. Then, slowly but surely, it cycles in all the way to like the H&Ms and the Forever 21s. And last but not least, it inevitably makes its way to the bargain bin at Ross Dress for Less when many of the chatters actually encountered this kind of clothing, and go, ooh, this is nostalgic. I used to wear stuff like this. At that point, it's already out of the trend. At that point, you're 5 years too late to the game, but it doesn't matter. It's not for you anyway. Who cares? Okay? That's how it works. Why are you fetishizing commodities? I love fetishizing commodities. Are you kidding me? Look at me. I feel attacked. I mean, it's just, you can look at certain things and recognize that you are not supposed to be the audience that it's for. You know what I mean? Do you have a stylist? I do not. You always cherry pick the worst comment and act like it's your chat. Fashion is pathetic because there's zero creativity from anyone involved except corporations. This is also completely untrue. There are plenty of up and coming small designers, and what you're describing is basically fashion houses that have become corporate. Okay, virtually all major fashion houses end up getting under the brand of Louis Vuitton. Okay, LVMH. They're all under the same umbrella corporation, and they all basically destroy any semblance of creativity that they have. Having said that, however, there are still smaller up-and-coming designers that are out there making wearable art, things of that nature, or even designers that have a very distinct style, a distinct brand, a distinct credo, and then they end up inevitably getting sold off to LVMH. Obviously, one of the most recent examples of that is Capital. And that's it. I don't have a lot of clothes, but the things I do have are really nice and unique. Does the runway dictate fashion, or do they get their influence from actual real-life subcultures on the ground? No, they do. The designers oftentimes will get their influence from real-life subcultures on the ground. One of the best examples that has dictated the meta in fashion for like the last decade plus would be the skate culture and athleisure. Okay? It's kind of going away now, finally. But for the last decade, I would say, skate culture and athleisure has basically dominated all the runways, all the fashion houses. Have you heard of that one Ukrainian homeless guy that basically dictated the Balenciaga style for years now? Yes, of course, dude. That's the most famous story. There will be no streetwear without skate culture. Exactly. Streetwear has been massively influential in fashion houses for the most part. And all the baggier fits that you see, all of that is coming basically from skate culture and streetwear in general. Anyway. This is not necessarily something that people enjoy when I talk about, but it is definitely something that I'm interested in personally. Also, speaking of athleisure and streetwear, the guy that played a pretty big role on top of Virgil Abloh in mass producing athleisure and streetwear is very clearly crashing out once again on the timeline. Everybody knew he was a Nazi already, but he's going full Nazi mode once again in an effort to desperately get people to pay attention to him. But it seems like in that process, it seems he's gotten one of his collabs pulled. Numerous famous celebrities have finally unfollowed him. And Kai Cenat, who was supposed to do a collab with him, said this.
I'm gonna go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I seen the tweets, my nigga. I seen the tweets, bro. I seen the tweets. I don't know what's going on, bro. I think it's GG's.
He doesn't. What do you mean you don't know what's going on? He did this before, you know. Hey, this is the second time he's doing it.
I think it is GG's. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think, bro, it's crazy, bro. I don't know, bro. It's crazy. It's just back to back to back. I don't know. I think it's GG's. It's GG's, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course it's GG's. And the thing is, I have a different approach to it. I do think that like his mental illness certainly played a major role in making him vulnerable and more susceptible to Nazi influence. Candace Owens played a big role in, I think, Kanye West's like neo-Nazi radicalization. Having said that, however, this is the second time. This is the second go at it. And I think at this point, it's fairly obvious that it's not because of just like the mania that comes in and out of Kanye West's life, but also I think he's doing it for attention. Like it's just like a child that needs attention and cries and poops in his diapers. That's what he's doing. Like, he's just very clearly trying to sell some product. And if you can't do it because of your creative skills, what do? You go for the lowest common denominator. That's it. That's it. The lowest common denominator is saying shit that people will pay attention to negatively. Okay? 14-year-old kids do this exact same thing all the time. Like, literally this exact same thing, which is, you know, screaming the racially charged, racist-ass bullshit. That's it. He's like an angry baby. Okay? There's a FD signifier about Kanye, which is illuminating about his past and how he was maybe always like this. Yeah. He hit every part of the political spectrum. I will say nothing bad or against China. They always showed me love. When Americans turned their backs on me, I'm a Nazi. Who's your top 5 baddest bitches of all time? My wife, my wife, my wife, my wife. My wife demoralizes bitches. I change my mind when I feel like it. If you see anyone around me, know that they are providing a service. Friends are for kids. Hiya place. Friends are for kids. I used to be broke. Now I can't relate to brokenness and don't want to. All white people are racist. I'm happily out of touch. Gerard Carmichael is funnier than Dave Chappelle. I miss you, family, and I'm sorry if I ever said any gay jokes in front of you, not knowing you was gay. You are one of the most brilliant people. And yes, I said I miss you, knowing people will try to flip that. He's finally crossed the line. Wait, is Gerard Carmichael gay? He's selling this now? What is this? Okay, dude. I've wanted to make this t-shirt for years. My greatest performance art piece thus far. Like, this has 89,000 likes. Twitter is so cooked. Yeah, HH Heil Hitler 01. Dude, let me explain something to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. Like, this is 1,000,000% someone who is unimaginably desperate for attention, okay? He said, "Hail Elon." Kanye is not being a contrarian. If he was, he would be a communist. The ultimate contrarian under a capitalist system. Being a Nazi and spewing Nazi views just reinforces what capitalist fascist collaborators want to do. Dude, no, I don't think you understand. He is just simply, okay? He is just simply doing what he thinks is the edgiest thing you can do. Okay? That's it. Man, this is his perspective on what he believes is edgy. That's it. It's a desperate ploy for attention from an old man who is nearing 50 years old, who, unfortunately, for many of his fans and himself, has not contributed to the culture in meaningful and relevant ways in quite a while at this point. And I think that bricked his brain. He already was like very obviously not all there, and surrounded by sycophants who lean into his worst motivations, who allow him to go crazy like this. He's just basically popping off, desperately trying to garner as much attention as he possibly can. And we're kind of giving it to him, but not in the way that he wants it to happen. You know, that's it. Can you explain how Candace Owens played a role in this? In Kanye West's most vulnerable moments, Candace Owens was literally constantly stuck to his ass cheeks, okay? A lot of people don't remember this. This was all the way back in like 2018, if I'm not mistaken. It was the first time he had a crash out. Van Lathan, I forget how to say his name. I'm sorry. Famously had that TMZ argument with him where he was saying like slavery is a mindset, where he was basically unwinding, where he first started doing the MAGA shit. That was when he was linked up with Candace Owens. And Candace Owens was nonstop pumping his brain with like at first some Hotep stuff, and then later directly neo-Nazi shit. Okay. I've talked about this at the time. I remember talking about this at the time because I can't reveal my sources, but I also had some people that, especially when he went to Africa, when he did his Africa tour, I know some people that were there with him, and they explained to me how shocking it was and how much more shit that he's openly saying now he was saying 7 years ago. Okay? He was saying all this stuff behind closed doors, and then he's now voluntarily revealing this stuff now. Okay? That's it. Nope. Get back. That's crazy. So the reality of the matter is, this is kind of the trajectory. This is kind of the trajectory that Kanye West has been on for almost the past decade. Okay? When does the fun start? I'm getting depressed. I mean, this is like drama related, drama adjacent stuff. Down. So he's never been this openly pro-Nazi, but what are you doing? Hey, down. That's crazy. She being crazy today. Why can't she get out of bed? Because she wants to lay on the ground, and it's bad for her joints. She's a big girl. Anyway, I used to be woke too. I like that being woke now is just saying being anti-Nazi. Like, that's what wokeness has gotten to. Cancel culture is now when you want to say that like a federal government employee shouldn't be on the timeline talking about, deporting every Indian. That's cancel culture. Okay. If you say, hey, this like 19, 20-year-old was tweeting about how we should deport every Indian and we should normalize Indian hate. Okay. 2 weeks before assuming the role of controlling the treasury, right? Like, maybe that's not the best possible person to hire for the job. That's cancel culture. And now woke is when you're like, say no to Nazis. You know what the worst part is? The album gonna suck? Yeah, 100%. If he could rest on his laurels, he wouldn't be doing this shit anyway. That's it. You do this kind of stuff when what do hacky ass comedians do? When they don't have good material, when they feel like they're out of touch, what do? They hit the exact same button. They try to be as edgy as possible because that drives reactions. Okay? If you're desperate for attention, you can always hit that cancel culture vein. You can always say like edgy shit. Okay? You have access to every Nazi on their talents and worth on the company, not on what they're doing. To be honest, this shit's incredibly sad. Bro has kids. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, which is like he's 50 years old. He has children at this point who can see him doing this kind of stuff. And it's just like it's so lame. It's so corny. It's so sad. I don't know. I mean, he is just actively manic posting on the timeline up and down. He's about to be 50 soon, and he's still doing this stuff. Yeah, there's not really much else I can say about it. Yesterday, the White Lives Matter tee sold the most. They'll buy all this Louis Vuitton owned by a French dude, but y'all mad. Okay. Yeah. Now, the thing that's also, I guess, like, if I were to do some systemic analysis here, some systemic critique here, I think one of the major issues with this kind of hog behavior, is that it does have a tendency to normalize other people coming out this way, because there are plenty of people who want clout. There are plenty of people who want attention. So they go, oh, well, Kanye's doing it, I'm going to do it too. And then there's also plenty of people.
Hey, everyone.
There are also plenty of people who personally agree with this kind of attitude, and they see that as a perfect way to come out and actively try to make this more of a normal attitude to have. Okay? Like, you just do the way this works is like when Elon Musk hits that Sig Heil, and there's a lot of discourse, and he gets no punishments, no penalties for it as the wealthiest, most powerful person on the planet, that creates an environment where a lot more people will feel comfortable doing this kind of thing. Okay? And guess what? Kanye also contributes to that and has contributed to that. And that's precisely what's happening.
It's over. It's cooked. GG. All the words that you can use to describe a situation that's beyond the point of no return. It's
Hasan, thank you for not feeding the narrative that Kanye's acting like this due to bipolar 1 disorder. I was diagnosed with it in 2017. No, the only thing that contributes to it is like, it obviously, when you're bipolar, yes, you are more vulnerable, more susceptible to outside influences like this, but it's still him doing it. You know what I mean? He's like, not everyone with bipolar disorder that goes out and becomes a Nazi. Okay? Like, people actively work to control their urges. And I think that Kanye West, especially given the media blackout that he engaged in his spiraling in the past, like, this is not the first time he's doing it. This is the second time he's doing it very publicly. Okay? And the stakes are constantly raised. So obviously there is a separate narcissistic tendency here where he obviously wants to garner attention by doing this. It's not because he's bipolar, although that feeds into him being vulnerable, I think, especially alongside his narcissism and his tendency to push away people that are like criticizing him or critical of him in his own orbit, that try to reach out to him and preserve his mental sanity. Okay? But it's clear that, like, especially considering the times where he hasn't behaved like this prominently, and the suspicious nature of how he came out recently again and started popping off like this again right before he decides to like release an album or sell some merchandise or whatever. It shows me that he's doing this for a very specific, very deliberate, very nefarious purpose, which is to garner more attention. Sean Vids, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Congratulations on all the money that you raised on your PCRF fundraiser. You're the GOAT.
too far. It's too far gone. He's too far gone. It's over with. This is the official close of the Kanye chapter. See, the thing is, right, Kanye West, when he used to be contrarian, he would try to accompany it with some level of thought, you know. All of those arguments that he had maybe, I don't know, what was it, 7 years ago, where he's on TMZ, and even those were horrible, but it seemed to stem not just out of some like maybe temper tantrum or some want to be noticed so badly that you're literally saying anything. It seemed as if, at least back then, though those arguments were terrible, he was trying to articulate his point. I'm not blaming the fans. I'm not. Y'all don't have control over what Kanye West says. You aren't going to be the needle. But a lack of engagement, I think, is what's required when you see people doing things like this. Kanye West is incapable. Yes, Kanye West is incapable of making noise musically currently. He has no ideas, nothing thought-provoking, nothing left in the
Exactly. And when you're like an incredibly influential artist for most of your life, I think that bricks your brain. Straight up. Straight up. So you try to hit the lowest common denominator nonsense that garners maximum amounts of attention. Okay? And that's where he is. That's currently where he is. Exactly. Like, the Nazi stuff is a weird situation because, on the one hand, it's incredibly dangerous to normalize this kind of rhetoric. Okay? That's one. Number two, he does have this ideological leaning for sure. Okay? Make no mistake. But the reason why he's coming out like this is not because of mental illness, even though that is a contributing factor. Okay? The reason why he's coming out like this is because he wants attention and he doesn't know how to get it with his art. He doesn't have motion anymore. He can't dictate fashion trends. He can't dictate music trends. He's completely far removed from rap as a medium. His artistic expression is not up to par. Like, I feel like if you made him listen to like a one Osama song or whatever, he would snap back to reality almost. Like, it would break his brain so hard. Like, a lot of where rap is going right now with, you know, underground artists and underground music. No, not Bin Laden, man. Osama's son. Like one Black Boy Max collaboration stream would just destroy his brain. And it's interesting because he also recognizes that as well to a certain degree, because I saw him tweeting about how he just like doesn't listen to rap anymore because it's lame. He only listens to Wagner. He says his favorite rapper is Miles.
Tank musically, because if he did, this level of expression wouldn't be coming out.
How you know about Osama's son? Okay, dude. Just because I'm an old man who doesn't listen to any music whatsoever doesn't mean that I'm not like keeping up with things that are happening in the world, okay? Calm down.
On Twitter, it will be coming out through song. Now, just because Kanye is a musician, it doesn't mean that the only medium in which he can express himself is through music. It just doesn't appear to be a coincidence that the music quality has significantly dropped over the last 5 years. He's no longer in that musical GOAT conversation. He's dropping trailer after trailer and snippet after snippet of this AI bullshit all over his social media, trying to garner attention and noise, and nobody's biting at the bait. Now my guy's just saying anything. And it's sad, you know. I'm not telling you to feel bad for Ye either. I don't believe this is one of those like mental breakdowns or one of those episodes. I genuinely think that he is so beyond the point.
You mean Wagner or Vikernes? Both. But Wagner. He tweeted about Wagner. He said like, oh, I only listen to classical compositions from Wagner. He's the best. because he wasn't, broken by the Jews or whatever. He's just doing Nazi dog whistles on every aspect, including his music. It's so stupid.
Of just being creative and putting together a thought-provoking song that he's resorted to having to be acknowledged via Twitter by saying literally anything. It doesn't have to come from a thought. It doesn't have to come from a deep-seated emotion. It doesn't have to come from something that he's been sitting with for a while. Anything. It's basically Kanye's rage bait. That's it. He wants attention. He can't get it through music because for whatever reason, I'm not going to say he's not talented enough to produce records that would get people talking, but he hasn't done so over the last 5 years. People that aren't hardcore fans, his genius, quote unquote, has not been acknowledged to that extent musically. I'm not saying that people don't still like his merchandise, but the allure of Kanye West clothing doesn't seem to be as hype as it was 5-6 years ago. So when no one's talking about Kanye or bro wants some attention,
those are not dog whistles, my guy. He's selling a shirt with a swastika on it. That's blatant. No. I'm saying like even, I know it's blatant. But I'm saying even when he's talking about like music, like every aspect of it is just like pro-Nazi. Everything he tweets about is like about how much he loves Adolf Hitler. Dude, I don't know how to explain this to you. It is because he is washed. That's it. He is so washed and so desperate for attention that he knows this is the last thing you can do. There is the only thing you can do that is worse than this if you actively come out in support of like pedophilia or something. Okay? That's it. That's the last move that he's got in the tank. Okay? The one thing he hasn't pulled on yet is saying he loves Adolf Hitler is basically second to last before you hit the full Monty. Okay? That's it. Then why would he have the same views 5 years ago? I think he was at least like somewhat cognizant and had more motion still because he was just recently coming out and saying he's like pro MAGA, pro Trump, whatever. Okay. So he didn't feel the need to just go balls to the wall. I guess technically he did hit a free Diddy. So he did do that as well. Yeah, he had like contracts with Adidas. Like he had the wherewithal to recognize. That like, on the one hand, he could probably get more attention with his music. He probably still believed that he could get more attention with his music. Okay. That was one aspect of it. On the other hand, I think, hold on. On the other hand, maybe he hadn't like fully flushed out his insane perspective. Right? The list he had color coded was crazy on TMZ. Yeah, this is the funniest tweet about this process, I think. Yeah, him coming out and being like, I love Hitler, now what, bitches? And this is the best tweet for it. Okay, so does 30% of the site. You're not special anymore. Exactly. Like, it's not even hot. Yeah, now what, dude? I can't believe you said you love Nazis on the Nazi platform. Like here, this in and of itself shows that this doesn't garner the same level of attention anymore because it's not even special. Now, obviously, I look at that as a broader problem, a cultural problem, a societal problem that is really consequential and really significant, will genuinely lead to a lot of issues down the line. Okay. But having said that, ultimately, you ain't special. I mean, these guys are getting hired. Guys with opinions like this are getting hired to the federal government right now. Okay.
He pops out to the Grammys with his half-naked wife. Definitely feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember the last time Kanye West went to the Grammys. When an NBA player wants to be acknowledged, he performs well in his games. When a producer wants to be acknowledged, he shuts his whole ass up and makes some drums. When a chef wants to be acknowledged, he goes in the fucking kitchen. But when a creatively self-neutered Kanye West wants to get attention, he goes to Twitter. That makes...
I think Kanye would have been more impactful if after all of the instances where he got Bianca naked, he went to the Grammys and he was butt ass naked and she was dressed up. But he's got no creative juice. He's got no motion. It's tapped out. Okay? If he came out there with like a sock on his dick and just walked that goddamn red carpet and Bianca was like dressed up, people will be like, damn, that's crazy. I can't believe he did that. But guess what? That would require a little bit of critical thinking. That would require some creativity. Okay? He doesn't have the meat for it. You don't know that. But my point is, he's got no motion. He's got no aura. He's got no new opinions. He's just looking for bottom of the barrel nonsense. Look at me. I'm dominating my wife that looks like Kim Kardashian. Okay, free Bianca. Yeah, I saw that TikTok where a lady was talking about if Bianca had bush, it would have been art. I agree. That's another great take. Like, I think if Bianca came out and had just like the meatiest bush of all time on that fit, all of a sudden, art. Okay. That's another take. You all of a sudden turn it around. You're now a trendsetter. Okay. People are talking about how is Bush coming back? Okay. He's a steak rage bait Twitter account in celebrity form. Yeah. My point is, all of that requires some kind of forethought, you know? But he's got none of that anymore. He's not interested in making something unique or different. Okay? He is interested in rage baiting. That's it. That's it. And if that's all you can get, is all you're capable of doing, inevitably people are going to go, this is kind of mid. This is no longer interesting. Okay? This is no longer interesting. This is kind of mid. This is boring. And it is. It's desperate. It's lame. It's boring.
No fucking sense. The guy who's produced some of the greatest records you've heard in your life, who's been acknowledged in the fashion industry, his creative juices are so sapped up that instead of creating better material, he'd rather resort to I love Hitler tweets. I think it's up to the people to do better and just not unironically engage with him. I've seen people on Twitter trying to argue back and forth with Kanye West in this moment. He doesn't give a fuck what you're talking about. He just cares that you're engaging. He just cares that people are seriously.
This is also another telltale sign that someone is right wing. Okay. You see this shit? Y'all seeing this shit? Okay. The moment that you put on, I mean, it's not Oakley's, right? It's a different brand, but it's got the Oakley style. The moment that you put skin tight Oakley's on and it's just creating little meat flaps, all right? It's done. You got the wraparounds looking like those are the wife beater 7s, okay? Those are the domestic abuser 7s. You put them shits on, You've gone right wing. Okay, you got the meat creases, dude. It's over. You're tactically ascertaining whether or not you're about to commit a felony. Okay, you're about to have a kinetic moment with a teenager. Never seen a guy with positive aura rocking the fucking wife beaters like that.
Trying to dismantle his point. There are no points. There's nothing you have to argue against. He doesn't care what's coming out of his mouth, and neither should you. But these should be reasons why you should rescind support. These should be reasons why you should look at Kanye West and be like, damn, you're that drained creatively that as opposed to making better art, you'd rather tweet in order to get attention. How sad, how little, how low. You're saying fuck Virgil. Dude, I can't even take you serious. Everything that I've had to say about Kanye West has not changed. I could apply the exact same things I said about Kanye in a video from 2, 3, 4 years ago and apply them right now, and it would still fit. Nobody needs a monologue or a video essay to tell them that the things that Kanye West was saying are unforgivable, irredeemable. You shouldn't say these no words. But Kanye exists currently just in opposition of what people think so that he can garner attention. That's it. The music has been scattered, unable to speak for itself or prove itself for years now. And I think it's up to his fans to genuinely just reach a breaking point. How far are you willing to go? How much are you willing to be pushed? What more do you need to see? What more does he need to say? The line in the sand has been...
I think also maybe this is like him testing the waters a little bit too. Like, yeah, I think he really, really, really wants attention. That's number one. But also, I think he is desperate to see, like, I think his narcissism creates this unique predicament where he's like, what can I say and still maintain a fan base? I think that's probably the other side of this as well, which is like, I'm going to say the most unhinged shit to garner as much attention as possible. But I wonder if I can like say this stuff and still maintain a loyal fandom. I guess that's part of it too. Well, being Nazi is cool now? No, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Okay. I don't agree with that at all. Fell off after late registration. I also think the music industry is interested in the answer to this question as well for monetary purposes. But like, I don't even think he's not putting out bangers. He's not getting rewarded. I think he ultimately would need to put out really good music. And if you have really good music, then you wouldn't need to do this anyway. Like you said, dumb people might follow Kanye's trolling. You could say Kanye is the dumb person following Elon's trolling. The Overton window shifts right. I mean, he was doing this before Elon. Maybe he's getting paid. No, he's not. He's not. He's getting rewarded if he sold 800K off a t-shirt though. You guys are... Dude, he sold 3,000 units. He's fucking Kanye West. Are you kidding me? That's nothing. That's literally like streamer drops, streamer merchandise drop number. What are you talking? He's Kanye West. This man, yeah, he sold $800,000 worth of shirts and he made $60,000. But I looked at the number of units he actually sold. And the number of units he sold was like 3,000. Do you understand how little that is for someone like Kanye West? That's Kanye West. 10 years ago, Kanye West is changing fashion, okay? Whether you like him or not, playing a significant and active role in changing fashion trends at the global stage. Now he's literally doing Twitch streamer merchandise numbers. That's it. Like, that is low for Kanye. That's my point. Okay? Like, it's a decent number of units that you sold. But understand that that is definitely very low for someone like Kanye West. Like, he made people wear those ugly ass Yeezys, dude. Think about that. He sold more Yeezys. Ye knows the truth hurts. Yeah. Is it possible he's just actually a Nazi? Wait, no, he is. I'm not saying he's not. What do you mean? He's openly saying he loves Adolf Hitler. That, like, what? He is that. He has become that for sure. I'm just simply explaining to you, like, why he's doing that on top of the fact that he is that. Okay? He definitely is that. But the reason why he's also doing that right now is because he's got nothing in the tank. He's got nothing creatively in the tank. And when you got nothing in the tank, what do? If your job revolves around the attention economy, okay? If your job revolves around garnering as much attention as possible so you can consider yourself to be an influential person. Like, he went from being an artist to being an influencer, okay? He leveled down. And not even like a cool influencer. He went from being an artist, a cherished, well-celebrated, well-respected artist, to being a kick streamer. It is the bottom of the barrel. Why do you think all these kick streamers do shit like this all the time? It's because they don't know anything else. They don't know any other way of getting attention. Okay? Like, he devolved. He's washed. That's it. Do you understand? That's what you do. Why do you think when celebrities, for example, fall out of favor or whatever, or are outed as like sex pests, or are outed as sex criminals like Russell Brand, they literally fucking hit the right wing button as hard as they possibly can? Why do they do that? Because they know that there's like a captive audience there that will respond positively to them. Okay? That's why they do that. It's the oldest trick in the book at this point, and he's doing it too, and he's been doing it.
Drawn. You either gonna be on one side or the other. And you can't tell me that Kanye West is putting out anything for you to dive onto his side of the sand for. That's the fucked up part about a lot of people that are fans. You don't even have anything to currently attach yourself to. Nothing recent that he's come out with that you would need to say, nah, I can never let him go. Ain't none of that he made graduations, bitch. That was 2007. It's almost 20 years ago. Let it go. Hey, bro, you niggas gotta move on. I'm sorry. He's done miracles on me, not today. He's not lost. He's not going through a breakdown. He's a coward who's currently running away from his inability to create. It's so odd that he had such a fixation on Drake's downfall this summer when it seems he shares Drake's issue in this inability to acknowledge yourself as the problem. The issue is always external with these people. Are you that big-headed right now? Have people fed your ego to that level? I'm not gonna call it a fall off, but you know, I don't know if it was Ice Cube or whoever said it, that you get like 3, 4, 5 years in your prime as like a rapper where you're popping and nobody can fuck with you. And to Kanye's credit, he's been relevant and popping for like way longer than that. And that level of visibility.
Dude, this one chatter has just been desperately going, bro, Asmongold's talking about you. Asmongold's talking mad shit about you. Okay, man, what do you want me to do? Like, all right, cool.
Ability and constant admiration.
Who cares?
I think has helped feed into this idea that he has of himself, where he's entitled to the people's support, where he's entitled to the people.
Everyone's like, bro, you gotta get in there, dude. You gotta do some drama, dude.
People's engagement and interest, and he doesn't have to work for it.
Bro, Asmongold yesterday said U.S. aid was paying Politico to do Gamergate articles. Okay? Fuck you mean? Like, what are you talking about, dude? He said USAID was paying Politico to write about Gamergate, to come after gamers. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. If that's where you're getting your notes from, like, you're gonna be wrong. Okay. What has USAID ever done for Asmongold though? No, USAID has ruined his life. They attacked him by making titties smaller in video games. Okay. Also, half the time, Asmongold isn't even talking shit. He'll just literally hit a line where he'll say something that's critical and then immediately turn around and be like, but I actually agree with Hasan. And chatters will come in here specifically to be like, dude, Asmongold's talking mad shit. He's so fucking mad at you, dude. It's time. You got to fucking respond to him. You got to come after him. You got to destroy him in the marketplace of ideas right now. And it's like, it's only because you just want drama. I don't care. I don't care what Asmongold has to say. Okay. Unless it's about USAID doing Gamergate, in which case that's very funny and also incredible political commentary. Okay. What? Saw the Hasan video now? There is nothing, bro. I am kind of disappointed. Lel. What are you? What? You smile? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You literally just did the example Hasan is talking about? Yeah. Yeah. He said USAID wronged him personally and they must suffer. And journalists wronged him personally with Gamergate and that they must suffer. That's an amazing take, I think. That is, in my opinion, that is peak political commentary. It's like actually unironically way more interesting in terms of political commentary than anything else a million Brett Stevens could come up with. Okay, give that man a New York Times op-ed slot right now, right this moment. I need to hear more about how USAID is doing Gamergate.
And to a certain degree, they've proven that he doesn't need to work for it. They've shown that regardless of whatever it is that you do, regardless of whatever it is that you say, I'm going to listen to that next album. I'm going to listen to that next body of work. I'm going to tune into your next musical endeavor. I'm going to buy your merchandise. I don't care what you say on Twitter. I'm still going to support. And don't get me wrong. I know there are fans. There are diehards. There are people that are lost in his sauce. I get it. But Kanye West has not dropped a piece of merchandise that you would need to buy since like 2020. How many of y'all still use your stem? Where do you take it? You don't feel like a loser? That's the MP3 version of an Apple Watch. You're a loser. I just don't think it's too much to ask or to demand as a fan. I can't listen to an artist that does this. And it's not like this is they don't take their trash to the front on Monday, or he didn't wash his hands that one time he left the bathroom. Still disgusting, by the way. I see a lot of you niggas. Is not being a Nazi apologist too much to ask? That's kind of about all I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that people will go to that length. Anthony Fantano says Kanye West is a disgusting loser. People are still mad at him for this take, by the way, which is pretty funny. Like, people still... I saw people on Twitter being like, yo, you're obsessed with him, dude. Anthony Fantano is obsessed. It's like, what are you saying, big dog? What are you saying? There is also one interesting take from Bullsman that I kind of agree with that I've talked about before. Elon and Kanye share a CIA lawyer, Alex Spiro, who played a key role in the decision-making early on as Elon took over Twitter, perhaps even more so than Elon by one account. Despite Elon's open servitude to Israel, Twitter has become a hive of Nazi propaganda since his takeover. Now, I don't care about like the lawyer connection, but I do think it's very odd. That there is a lot of prominence to be offered to you if you say unhinged anti-Semitic stuff. And a lot of the people who say unhinged anti-Semitic things, who also then will turn around and act like they are anti-Israel, are the names that you hear of the most. I feel like there's a concerted effort to basically make it seem as though most of the anti-Israel commentary actually comes from people who are also anti-Semitic. This is something that I've noticed and something that I've actually criticized quite a bit, whether it be Myron from Fresh and Fit, okay, whether it be Dan Bilzerian, or numerous other people that get a lot of prominence from the likes of Piers Morgan and many other outlets, okay? It is weird, okay? It's also weird that people sometimes talk about that Jake Shields, that fucking nurse doctor woman who's like very clearly an anti-Semite. Now, of course, on the one hand, I think that anti-Semitism is not seen as big as a threat as being anti-Israel is, right? From a lot of our institutions. Clearly, that's not the case. Clearly, if that was the case, then the ADL would be coming after the likes of, Donald Trump or Elon Musk way more aggressively. Okay? Don't you think? But the ADL will regularly go after people who are obviously overtly anti-Semitic. Obviously overtly anti-Semitic every now and then, like Kanye. This one is a classic example, okay? This is just a way to beef up your bona fides, to say like, oh no, I'm in this to still attack anti-Semitism. If you were in the combating anti-Semitism game, you'd probably be saying a lot more about the likes of Elon Musk hitting a fucking Sig Heil, for example, instead of defending him because he is pro-Israel. So for me, I think that basically a lot of the most prominent anti-Israeli accounts are being openly anti-Semitic on the timeline. It cannot be an accident. It works in two different ways. On the one hand, when anti-Semitism grows and festers in the Western world, then Israel can continue to say, look at how anti-Semitic the world is. We have to have a Jewish ethno-state. Okay, we must have a Jewish ethno-state. Otherwise, no Jews around the world are ever going to be truly secure and safe. Okay, that's part of the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu actively will collaborate with anti-Semitic fascist movements all around the world. The other side of this also is that you can then partner and pair up anti-Semitism and anti-Israel takes by saying, look, all the most prominent anti-Israel accounts, all the most prominent anti-Israel people are rabid anti-Semites. Okay? That's why I've often maintained the position that someone like myself who actively combats anti-Semitism, who is also anti-Israel, is a far greater threat to these institutions that are tasked with defending Israel than someone who is openly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. Because when you're openly anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, then you can just go, yeah, this guy fucking hates Jews. Like, look at him. It's very clear. That's why he hates Israel. Okay? But when it's someone like myself, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard for you to actively try to maintain this position that my criticism of Israel is not coming from the fact that I have an understandable moral position on the invention and maintenance of an apartheid regime that is built around religious and ethnic supremacy in an identical fashion to previous fascist movements, that is doing a genocide. I think that is unacceptable. Okay? All of a sudden, that becomes a much larger problem. Okay? That's a much larger problem because you can't present an argument as easily as, well, that guy is anti-Semitic. And I mean, there it is. He tweeted out Heil Hitler again. Okay? That's the end finish. Just check his tweet out right now. Jesus Christ. What do you mean? This is not new, chat. What are you talking about? He's tweeted out Heil Hitler like 25 times in the past like 48 hours. What are you talking about? He's spamming it. I think this is a desperate and very sad ploy for attention. Do I believe that he personally thinks this way? This is his ideological position? Yes. Do I believe that his mental health complications made him more susceptible to this kind of ideology from a charismatic figure in his corner, Clandis Owens? Okay, absolutely. Having said that, however, the major contributor to him doing this is his desperate ploy for garnering attention. He can't do it by making music. Okay? He is trying to still be as relevant as he can. He can't do this by making music, so he's trying to do it by, consistently glazing Adolf Hitler. That's it. It's sad. But yeah, I have noticed that so many prominent anti-Israel accounts, especially on Twitter, are also rabid anti-Semites. Do Aindin Ross really want to interview? Yeah. What a strange world we live in where this like random corner of the internet that we exist in is becoming more prominent and more involved in the broader culture. And it's happening in the worst ways possible. You know what I mean? We are in the bad timeline. But let's hear what Anthony Fantano has to say.
Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well. Here I am with another one of these videos. Yep, these videos here, these videos that I'm tired of doing, they seem like they are too big and annoying and obnoxious to ignore, but simultaneously, I don't really know what there is to add to this topic at this point. That topic being Kanye West and the continually ridiculous, harmful, and outlandish things that he says on a regular basis, specifically on his Twitter account, where recently he has dropped such hits as, I'm a Nazi. Yeah, he's literally saying it again. He's saying it again. He has said it before. I'm a Nazi. He is reiterating it one more time, really screaming it out for those in the back who refuse to face facts in terms of like where his head and ideology are currently at. Yeah, I mean, as of the time I am filming this video, he has really been tweeting for hours, saying things like, I channeled Andrew Tate on a few of those tweets, as well as my favorite tweet tonight was about woke fat bitches. He also posted an often shared old black and white photo of him where he's like, wearing this t-shirt that has a swastika on it with a cross through it. And he himself says, I used to be woke too. Again, making it clear that whatever sort of mindset he was in when he was wearing that shirt, no longer in it. At one point, he even stated that he has a dominion over his wife, Bianca, who has been catching a lot of heat and criticisms as of late due to her recent public appearances with Ye, where she is just completely and utterly naked. Hitler was so fresh, and y'all call me Yadolf Hitler, and your bitch still wants to fuck. I mean, who truly knows what is in this man's heart and how far this political ideology rabbit hole goes down for Kanye? He does have a really big history of just being a contrarian and embracing whatever kind kind of goes against what he perceives as the grain around him, socially speaking. He even launched a tweet here where he says, I could say Jew as much as I want and Hitler as much as I want. Matter of fact, I do say it when I want. He's still saying all of it. He's still a moron. And honestly, I don't really know if that's any better than him actually being a Nazi. I mean, he's either embracing it in order to be edgy and go against what he thinks everybody wants him to believe or feel or give into, or he's embracing it because he genuinely believes in the perspective. Either are bad and disqualifying. At one point, he even advocated for freeing P. Diddy, which also has not gone over very well with a lot of his fans and people in the hip hop community as a result of, you know, the evidence against Diddy being stacked up so high that pretty much everybody is of the opinion that he is very much guilty of all, if not just a great deal of what he is currently arrested for. But again, Kanye does also have a history for standing in support of people who have some pretty damning sexual abuse allegations against them.
Yeah, free Diddy is what I was just saying, right? Like, it's the final stage. Like, the last line that you can hit, is basically saying that you're like pro pedophilia. Free Jeffrey Epstein. It's the final, it is the final form. Oh man, that's going to get clipped. Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Someone's going to clip that out of context? Wait, what did I say? Like, it is the one thing worse than being an out and about Nazi. Like, that's what is the only thing that is a like more ridiculous thing that you could say other than saying that you love Adolf Hitler? Saying that you are pro pedophilia. Okay? That's it. That's it.
And again, just to stress and reiterate to cover my bases, these are allegations, and we're going to see whatever happens with Diddy play out in a court of law, most likely. But yeah, again, a lot of zaniness that is difficult to ignore, but simultaneously there's
chat. When you mention clipping, people look up the chat transcript for clip and then make their clip. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, it is obvious that people have completely decided to no longer try to understand context whatsoever and are very deliberately doing smear campaigns. You know? It's crazy because I'll address something that was clipped out of context, offer the context, and then the reaction will literally be to clip me out of context again. Like, remove the context that I'm addressing. This is part of the reason why many people don't want to actually address these issues face to face and will resort to, will demand that you watch shit. Okay? So they can continue driving the narrative in whichever direction they want to their audience, then, and consistently poison the well. That's it. You know?
There's not really a whole lot to say about it truly and honestly. It's right here in black and white. It doesn't run that deep. It is what it is, and it's totally embarrassing for both Kanye and Kanye fans, and even just anybody who has to observe him acting this way alike. Again, whether it's because he feels this way, or he wants to be edgy, or he just is trying to drum up interest in his forthcoming album cycle, it's all bad. There's no reason or justification for any of this. I mean, it's gotten so awful that previous collaborators like JPEG Mafia have had to tweet in order to distance himself from it. And currently right now on Twitter, there is a headline that says, Kanye West's autism diagnosis separating behavior from diagnosis. Like, why do we need to have this discourse as if being autistic is a prerequisite for having a Nazi crash out on Twitter? Clearly, there is much more than being on the spectrum going on with this man. And the only silver lining to this cloud right now is that it does seem like on some level that even his most sycophantic supporters who were like really there with him through the Vultures album cycle and so on and so forth are now becoming disillusioned with his behavior and his commentary at this point. So, I mean, I guess that's at least somewhat of a saving grace as a result of all this. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say. I think that.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's just so obvious. It's so obvious what's happening. And it's kind of sad. It's sad to see so many people like still actively trying to, you know, make this seemingly work. I don't know. Apparently Ye is gonna talk to Aiden Ross soon or something. I don't know. It's just like people farming. It's basically just people farming clout all the way down, you know? I don't think there's any hope of him changing until maybe when his children are older. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta give it up, you know? You just gotta let it go, man. I don't know. You have to let it go. I don't know why people are so deeply invested in this. I don't understand it. Elon, there were no deep state subversives in there. Just nice people sending food and medicine to hungry, sick folks. Blow it up anyway. Okay, dude, this is... Isn't Aiden Jewish? Yes. But... Okay, Aiden is Jewish. So what? He's literally had Nick Fuentes and Sneeko, both are obviously openly anti-Semitic, on his broadcast numerous times where they convinced him that the Holocaust was fake, dude. Like, what are you talking about? He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He just cares about clout. Scoring a massive interview with Kanye West is infinitely more important. If he's going to farm clout off of Nick Fuentes and Sneeko, he's going to farm clout off of Kanye. Are you kidding me? I think for a lot of people, they don't think about the impact of this either. Like, they don't think about the consequences of this sort of thing. They don't think about like what this does in terms of normalizing being a Nazi in political discourse. Like, what kind of ramifications can come from that? People are just not thinking clearly about this at all. That's it. Kanye is massively influential to young people, hopefully less so in time. I don't think he has that kind of motion any longer. I don't think Kanye West has that level of skill. He deleted a giant tweet about the Matrix bullshit. What? Yeah. Also, yeah, here, speaking of Nazis, a group of neo-Nazis tried to have a march in Cincinnati, and the locals had some fun with it.
Yeah, burn that bitch up. Burn that bitch up, man. Burn that bitch burn. Let that bitch burn. Yeah. What I'm talking about? I'm out. Still looking ISIS off 15 shit. Purple, man. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck y'all flag. Hitler been dead. Y'all living in the 40s.
Hitler been dead. Y'all living in the 40s. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm sure the Nazi shitheads had to go and cry to the police that their items were stolen. You know? Classic. Classic. Serious question. Where did they get those flags? What company's making Nazi flags? I actually don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the fuck they get it from. Someone's making them, though. Shopify selling it proudly. I doubt that they... I'm sure you could probably... you know, call it out and they'll take it off the website. It's easy to print. Can you order any? You can order any prints online, I guess. Someone making the Hasan American flags? Yeah, I doubt it. Is Shopify run by Nazis? No. They just don't care. Anyway, let's get to the judge blocking Doge from accessing personal data at the Treasury. There's a new court block.
Overnight, a federal judge blocking Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from accessing sensitive Treasury Department records, including the personal data of millions of Americans. The judge issuing a preliminary injunction after 19 states sued President Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, saying they violated federal law by giving Musk's team access to the data.
Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste.
And in another legal blow, a federal judge Friday pausing the administration's plan that would have put thousands of USAID workers on administrative leave last night, leaving as few as 611 essential employees. The White House accusing the agency of wasteful spending. It came just hours after the agency's name was scraped from its headquarters.
When you look at USAID, that's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud.
Unions representing the workers sued to block the leave order, saying President Trump doesn't have the authority to stop the agency's work.
Assistance doesn't move from a warehouse into the mouths of hungry people by magic. It moves because brave men and women put themselves in really difficult circumstances in order to move that food.
During a Friday news conference, Trump also answered questions about the list of all FBI agents involved in the January 6th investigations demanded by his Justice Department.
I'll fire some of them because some of them were corrupt. I have no doubt about that.
Also overnight, the president taking to Truth Social, announcing he's revoking former President Joe Biden's security clearance, adding Biden could not be trusted with sensitive information.
Now, Trump also said he's ending former President Biden's intel briefings, a courtesy traditionally afforded to former presidents. Mr. Trump saying in his social media post that Biden did the same to him in 2021, at that time pointing to Trump's, quote, erratic behavior. Laura?
Of course, President Biden was not indicted for hoarding classified information. Aaron, just last night, more firings by President Trump. What can you tell us about those?
Well, President Trump fired the head of the National Archives last night, keeping a campaign promise there. And as you sort of referenced, Laura, that agency alerted the Justice Department in 2022 that Trump had potentially mishandled classified documents when he failed to return records that the agency had requested. Now, Trump also said he's dismissing the Board of Trustees at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, and he's installing himself as chairman of the new board. The Kennedy Center released a statement saying in part that it is made up of a bipartisan board of trustees that has supported the arts in a nonpartisan fashion. Each member is supposed to serve a 6-year term, Laura.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching.
This week, President Trump proposed a U.S. takeover of the Gaza Strip, put tariffs on China while postponing those on Mexico.
Dude, my solution to this could have saved so much heartache. Just like giving Trump 24/7 access to like a TV show, and not allowing him to be anywhere near the reins of power. It's win-win. He is constantly tweeting. Okay, he's funniest when he's doing that, when he's got no power but all motion. It would have been great. He would have loved it. We would have adored it. We would have watched him nonstop. He would have made content. And now, look at us. Look at where we are. Yeah, give him a Broadway show to produce. Give him the arts. Give him all the love and admiration that he desperately desires from from the liberal elite. That's all he wants.
Mexico and Canada, and ban transgender athletes from women's sports.
God bless you, Mr. President.
This is straight out of the playbook from his first term. What his former advisor Steve Bannon calls...
I strongly believe in the flood the zone theory, which is just overwhelm the opposition. You pick all the different verticals you're going to, and you just drop the hammer. It's executive orders, executive action, all of this.
And so away from the press conferences, the real changes from this White House are happening behind the scenes. In particular, the work of Elon Musk, with concerns about his seemingly unfettered power inside the halls of government. Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, was created by executive order on Trump's first day in office, designed to modernize the government as well as cut costs. So far, Musk and his staff have embedded themselves at the Office of Personnel Management, the HR of the federal government, the General Services Administration, which manages government buildings, and USAID, the agency which distributes humanitarian aid. DOGE has also gained access to the databases at the Treasury and Health and Human Services. And President Trump has said that the department...
You have no riz on what happened, bro? What do you mean? No riz with Elon? It's true.
Departments of Education and Defense are next on the list.
Who are you, sir?
Do you have business here?
Democratic politicians tried to enter the Department of Education yesterday ahead of any infiltration from the so-called Muscovites, but they were stopped by a security guard. With Democrats in the minority in Congress, it seems the courts are the best opposition. A federal judge has halted attempts to shut down USAID, while another has stopped DOGE from accessing the financial data of Americans in the Treasury Department. That came after Democratic attorneys filed a lawsuit against the White House.
President Trump does not have the power to give our private information.
Can you explain to me how one person stopped 100 elected officials from entering a building? Democrats have an inability to respond to authority in a negative way. If someone presents themselves as a position of authority, regardless of any kind of legal protections whatsoever that actually give them serious regulatory power, Democrats will literally just go, oh, oops, I guess we can't do this. That would be illegal, which it is not. What they're doing is illegal. But in that moment, they can't do anything. They're like, oh, well, there's cops inside. They'll arrest us. No, they won't. And even if they did, what do you think is going to happen? Apparently, those staffers are ignoring the court orders according to the federal employees on the inside. Yeah, the only time Democrats actually don't care about the authority of a court is if it's a court that is prosecuting Israel. Okay? That's it. That's the only time where they'll chirp and say this court has no power. If that court is the ICC or the ICJ.
Information away to whomever he wants. And he does not have the power to cut federal spending that Congress approved, much less to do so by giving the richest man in the world the keys to all Americans' most sensitive information.
The courts move slowly, and while critics say the unelected Musk is bypassing Congress entirely and acting unconstitutionally, it could take months for the wheels of justice to catch up with the fast-moving Musk. Just like with his takeover of Twitter, now X, Musk is unafraid to come in and clean out everything, bar the kitchen sink. And President Trump is happy to let him.
Mr. President, I wonder what you make of the criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are doing are an unlawful power grab. Is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people.
The big question for Democrats...
He's got the best racists. I love those little racists. They're calling them the Groypers. Very funny group of people. They said, normalize Indian hate. I tell them, I will normalize it.
And those worried whether the Constitution is being broken. It's what happens if even the courts cannot stop Trump and Musk. The vice president has hinted in the past that Trump could simply defy judges' decisions.
Of course, the president has to be able to run the government as he thinks he should. That's the way the Constitution works. It has been thwarted too much by the way our bureaucracy has worked over the past 15 years.
The Constitution also says the president must abide by legitimate Supreme Court rulings, doesn't it?
The Constitution says that the Supreme Court can make rulings, but if the Supreme Court, and look, I hope that they would not do this, but if the Supreme Court said the President of the United States can't fire a general, that would be an illegitimate ruling.
With the president away for the weekend, Washington can take a brief breath before another week of headlines, well aware that the next press conference or signing might just be a distraction from the seismic shifts happening away from the cameras.
I love it. Here, take this to the bank.
I'm Rana Epting. I'm with Move On. And on behalf of our millions of members that are incredibly upset about Elon messing around with this building back here, I want to thank you for joining us. But I've got some questions. Did Elon Musk win any electoral college votes this last November? Did Elon Musk have the authority to operate a secret government that has access to our Social Security numbers and our Medicaid checks? That's right. No one elected Elon Musk.
Do something. Hello, everybody. We have convened here in the right place, the Treasury Department. We have got to tell Elon Musk, nobody elected your ass. Nobody told you could get all of our private information.
We're here today because an unelected billionaire and his team have been given full and unfettered access to our taxpayer money and our government.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
He's right. We need to provide oversight to Elon Musk and his team. We don't know what they're doing behind these closed doors.
Nothing good!
The people deserve.
There's nothing funnier than someone being like, just dropping in to unfollow, just watched Asmongold react to a video of you. Dude, you're an Asmongold fan. Like, I don't even know why you were following me to begin with. Like, what? Okay. Like, I guess you're terrified of being outside of your echo chamber, you know? Oh no. I'm getting unfollowed by a swarm of Asmongold fans. Oh no. What am I supposed to? What will I do? Half the time people also follow because the only restriction they have in terms of talking in this community, talking in this chat, is the 10-minute follow restriction. Yeah. Wait a minute. I didn't know that you were I didn't know that you were pro-Palestinian and also a socialist. This is a bridge too far. I'm unfollowing you.
Transparency.
Every day that we show up in D.C., we show up for you. We know who we work for. We know that we work for the American people. And what we're not going to do is stand around while they pull this bullshit that they're trying to pull right now. We are not going to sit around while you go ahead and desecrate our Constitution. Instead, we are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses. And we are going to make sure...
Why do you support Islamic fundamentalist groups? I don't, unless you're talking about their actions against the apartheid genocidal state of Israel. If that's what you're saying, then yeah. It's like saying, oh, do you support Easy Company in World War II? That must mean that you love segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic people. That's what America was during World War II, but I have no issues supporting America's actions during World War II. Are you against America in World War II? I'm going to be honest with you. You probably are against America in World War II. Let's be real. Why are you pro-Nazi, chatter? Why are you anti-Allied forces?
Sure, you understand what democracy looks like. This ain't it.
We don't pledge allegiance to Elon Musk. We don't pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
I am so tired of these billionaire boys and their grubby little hands grabbing at everything. Hands off our bodies, hands off our data, hands off our tax refunds, hands off our social security checks, hands off our Constitution, hands off our democracy, hands off.
Today, there was a press conference outside the Treasury Department where a lot of
I guess at least people are protesting. I don't know.
Democratic elected leaders, especially from the Oversight Committee, came out to say that they are going to be the resistance against what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are trying to do here, taking control of the Treasury payrolls. And what started as a pretty small crowd has grown to over maybe 1,000 people who are really angry at Elon Musk in particular and see an unelected
Okay,
billionaire
bro, what else should
coming
people be
in.
doing? No, I know. I that's what I'm saying. It's like it's definitely limited. And I don't know what kind of impact this will have or if it will yield any sort of tangible results. But the real motion comes from court orders for the most part.
And effectively storming the federal government at cost to federal workers and the American citizenry. They are angry about that. And for all the talk about a lack of resistance forming in the wake of Trump's inauguration, this moment really feels like an inflection point where Democrats in particular have found their footing, and they've found a message about economic populism and fundamental unfairness and the system being rigged. They found that message in a way that works for them that could be a real problem for Donald Trump. What's the mood among federal workers right now?
It's really funny because I think last time it was, this is an aberration and we're gonna, get through this and things will return to normal. And now it's more like, oh no, this is, this like we're in this for some kind of long haul. Who knows? So it's much more. It feels very disempowering.
Are you guys getting work done? You're still working, right?
Yeah, we're working. I mean, I think the shifts that happen very quickly are destabilizing, but to the extent possible, we continue to do what we can.
It feels like for a while there hasn't been like an organized resistance with sort of energy and focus, and I don't know if I'm overstating the case here, but this feels like an inflection point for that.
This feels much more exciting than I think anything we've seen, because I was thinking about this the other day. We feel like we have protests and they have rallies, and this feels like a rally. I mean, I've been in government nearly 20 years. I would like it to be more efficient, but not like this.
This ruling is absolutely insane. How on earth are we supposed to stop fraud and waste of taxpayer money without looking at how money is spent? That's literally impossible. Something super shady is going to protect scammers. Dog, you literally were celebrating abolishing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau yesterday. What do you mean? Like, there is no... I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just like so obvious that these guys don't care about scams. You are the number one rube if you believe that Elon Musk actually has your best interest in mind. New York Judge Paul Engelmeyer just forbade all political appointees, including the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, from accessing Department of Treasury data, all based on blue and on conspiracy theories. Those theories couldn't be challenged because the order was ex parte, meaning Trump's lawyers weren't warned and couldn't weigh in. Only Democrat attorneys general were allowed to argue. The judge cites no law or logic to support this unprecedented order because it defies both. The judge's ruling is, in essence, that Scott Bessent simply occupies a ceremonial position without real power, like the King of England. This is a grenade thrown in the functioning of the Treasury Department. It forbids the elected government from accessing information about budget and finances. It means Scott Bessent's subordinates have far more power than Scott Bessent does. Democrat pundits who whine about the Constitution are liars and will shred it in the first chance that they get. Meanwhile, you're glazing, an administration that tried to abolish a thing that is in the Constitution, which is birthright citizenship. So I don't know what we're talking about in terms of like constitutional interpretations or shredding the Constitution. Better yet, SCOTUS should bar this judge from ever hearing similar cases again, and every Democrat lawyer involved should be sanctioned. Blue checks confused by Elon not acting in their best interest. Oh yeah, I saw these arguments. What's wrong with the CFPB? They actually got consumer wins. CFPB announces the return of $1.8 billion in illegal junk fees to 4.3 million Americans harmed in massive credit repair scheme. What is the deal with the CFPB? I'm genuinely curious at Elon Musk. As a normal guy, can you please respond and tell me? I assumed it was created for our protection. I've used the CFPB after my bank was giving me the runaround, and I had a bunch of fraud charges that they wouldn't refund me after telling me they found them as fraudulent. Within a week, I had my money back. So explain to me how this doesn't benefit us as American citizens. This one just really baffles me, and I'd love an actual explanation. Yeah, not on board with this one, unless you bring some pretty damning evidence as to why. Do consumers not need to be protected? Wow. Wow, guys. I'm beginning to feel like this billionaire... I'm beginning to feel like this billionaire doesn't have the average Joe's best interest in heart. Perhaps they will understand eventually that when Elon Musk says he's combating fraud, He's just calling whatever he doesn't like fraud. Just like when Donald Trump says they're going after violent criminal migrants, they don't actually go after violent criminal migrants. Okay? They're going after all migrants that they can get their hands on, including documented migrants that they can get their hands on. That's it. They're just simply saying that because that is marketing. Okay? The problem is a lot of people hear someone that they agree with. Okay? They hear someone that they agree with, that they think is defeating their ideological opponents, and they immediately drop all critical thinking, and they just assume, oh yeah, well, this guy's saying that he's going after violent criminals, so I'm inclined to believe him. He must actually be going after violent criminals. And the second problem is, when they're met with the reality that they're not just going after violent criminals, they still just end up doubling down. How do you know that? Is there any evidence? Yes, ProPublica actually came out with a report that out of the 8,200 migrants that have been deported so far, more than 50% of them actually have no criminal background whatsoever. And there are plenty of those who have a criminal charge that is marginal, inconsequential, would not ever lead to something as massive as deportation. Okay? Like trespass. Like a trespass charge or a moving violation. But I thought they were just taking out all the violent criminal rapists and serial killers that were roaming the streets because I guess in the previous administration, they just refused to prosecute that sort of thing in our court system. Like, that's what you have to suspend your belief. Okay. You basically have to assume that the Biden administration, the Biden administration, was simply forcing the court's hands and law enforcement officers in general to no longer prosecute crimes as long as it was an undocumented migrant committing this. Okay? This is an insane position to operate on. And yet, it is a commonly held perspective. It's crazy. Right-wingers are purposely two-faced about this. They say violent crime. Then if you show facts, they say, well, all border crossers are criminals. They know this and they don't care. Yeah, some of them. For sure. I don't know why Kaya just hates the bed ever since I moved it. Like, she hates it more than before. Anyway. Kaya with the plausible deniability, half on, half off. Yeah. So Elon Musk says he's looking for waste and fraud, but the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau costs less than $1 billion a year and has returned $20 billion and counting to consumers in roughly a decade. Interesting. It seems like the people that are going to benefit from this are fraudsters. People who want to defraud the American public. That's who stands to gain from this decision. You know, people who are in Elon's orbit, the actual people that Elon cares about. And not the regular average Joe. Huh.
Yeah. Not like just wanton destruction. So.
Are people fearful right now?
Yeah, I think several people, we all talk, and yeah, people are worried. I mean, not physically. I think everybody's kind of aware of, like, it's not as bad for us as it is for a lot of people that have it much worse. But, yeah, the prospect of losing a job that you've worked at and you're really passionate about, you've been doing for decades, is really scary.
Yeah. Great stuff.
This is who they've decided to defend. The user called for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act. He called for a eugenic immigration policy. He said the world should normalize Indian hate. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, who is Indian American and is here tonight, like Vance's wife, is also Indian American. He asked the vice president just a simple question on X. Are you going to tell him to apologize for saying, quote, normalize Indian hate before he is rehired into the government? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids. That apparently
is a good line to think in the moment, but like honestly, I mean, it's like a snide remark. Overall, but you know, ultimately there is not really much else behind this other than just like hitting him with a good own.
Struck a nerve.
Does Vance deserve any less? He deserves way worse statements, I think.
Vance responded, telling Khanna to grow up, adding, quote, racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. But he says a culture that denies grace to people who make mistakes does. Vance went even further in another post, accusing Khanna of emotional blackmail of the Doge staffer, adding, quote, you disgust me. Well, the congressman is here, so I want to start with you because I, for one, was flabbergasted by that exchange. How did you take it?
I was surprised that he reacted in the way he did. Look, I praised Usha Vance actually just a week and a half ago. I said, as an Indian American, I'm proud of her ascent as a second lady. And I've known Usha, I've known the vice president. And all I was saying is you have someone who's 25 years old who has made deeply offensive comments about Indian Americans, who has talked about repealing the Civil Rights Act, who has talked about his disapproval of interracial marriage. You're going to rehire him. Is he going to apologize? Is he going to have any accountability? No one is saying cancel him. But you can't just rehire him and say, okay, everything is fine, and he's going to represent the United States government.
Why not cancel him?
This is the final stage of like using cancel culture as a shield, by the way. This is the final stage. Like just saying, oh, you're doing cancel culture when it's a federal regulator, okay? When it's a federal government employee, a public servant who literally, with no qualifications, by the way, who literally tweeted out insanely racist shit 2 months ago, okay? This isn't like finding your favorite celebrities' takes from back when they were like 14, 15 years old, okay? Like, everybody understands that kind of stuff is boring and annoying, and no one actually cares about it, even though a lot of people engage in it still, okay? This is not that. It's crazy. It's like, yeah, I mean, as long as, yeah, well, let's hire Kanye West to a government position, you know, right now. Let's hire Kanye West to a government position right now. Let's give him access. Fuck it. It's cancel culture if you say, he didn't know what he was doing when he tweeted those things today, okay? As long as it's tomorrow, it's going to be tomorrow at a certain point, right? And when it's tomorrow, we'll just say, oh, that was yesterday. That was the old him. Give him the nuclear launch codes.
Asking, because we're living in an era where we're being told that if you talk about diversity, you should be canceled out of the government. But you can post racist posts as of a month and a half ago, and welcome in.
Yeah, in a world where DEI and critical race theory and affirmative action are under attack, I feel like we're protecting white supremacists and racists and attacking black and brown people who want to be part of the fabric of the country. And I'm curious how the vice president would explain to his Indian children why he stood up for somebody who said normalize Indian hate. Like, what would he say? And that issue may not come up today.
He also called the guy a racist troll. He acknowledged that this person who he wants back in the government is racist.
They obviously fired him in the first place, right? Why did they fire him?
Well, and I think there's two things that I see happening here. The first one is that this is the signal to his voters that we are going to let these things slide, that you can't be canceled anymore. For all of us, however, the other vast majority of Americans, we're standing by the fact that we are going to hold people accountable to that. And with all due respect,
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
In this particular circumstance, this is a moral character bedrock of somebody's perspective of the world. I don't care what you got on your grades at Stanford. I don't care what coding competition you won. These are not the kinds of people who should be filtering the biggest decisions in the design of this
So what,
country.
he's banished off into the desert for
No,
eternity?
you're-
Like, wreck
I'm
his
not
life,
interested
wreck
in
his
doing
career, send him off into
So you're
nowhere.
okay with racism in your party?
Hold on, man. Let me finish. That is not what I said, so don't even go there. Absolutely not. I think it's abhorrent what he said. I frankly agree. If he's willing to acknowledge what he said was wrong and apologize for it, we are a compassionate people. Why can't we give
He didn't do that.
Well, we don't know that he's done that or not.
But he has
I'm just-
access to the World Wide Web. And you're welcome to apologize. We're very much looking forward to it.
I'm just saying. And also, the congressman asked J.D. Vance, the vice president, should this person apologize? Vance didn't say, yes, he should. He said, God, I mean, he said all kinds of terrible things about the congressman for whatever reason.
He acknowledged that the comments were sophomoric and terrible and all the stuff that he said.
Racist.
And racist. Yeah.
So this is not inappropriate.
He called the guy a racist troll, and now he's like, come back to the government.
J.D. Vance would have been better served if they just disowned this in the beginning. Like, this is one of those easy things to do. It wouldn't have been much backlash against J.D. Vance and Donald Trump if Elon Musk just decided, okay, well, this guy's going. I think this is more about Elon Musk's guy than anything else, because in most other situations, they would have just said, okay, we're going to cut ties with you, which is exactly what they ended up doing. But I still think that this part of this connection to Elon Musk, where many people have Donald J. Trump as president, J.D. Vance as vice president, but then Elon Musk as a Republican member of Congress described him as Prime Minister Musk. I think putting Elon Musk on the same level of Donald J. Trump, where we excuse everything that he does, I think that that's just really problematic.
Vance is wrong in that the information that we are receiving, the slurs that we receive as black and brown people, as women online, is hurtful, right? This is not, it doesn't matter, woke culture is worse. That's not true. And this individual works in government. When I go to my government and ask them for something, for help, do I have to worry that the person on the other end of the email or phone is racist and actually hates me and has been online saying, we think you should be whatever, deported or whatever?
He should apologize.
I mean,
that's at a minimum.
Absolutely. I'm not arguing. I completely agree with that.
But again, like, I do want to challenge us. This isn't an apology. Like, I have a 5-year-old at home. He says he's sorry, and he does not mean it to his sister all of the time. It's just to get through the thing. I believe that the Trump administration was so eager for a moment like this to be like, see, guys, don't worry, we're going to save you. We're going to make these things insignificant. We're going to decurrency these kinds of statements and provide air cover. I agree with you. I think they chose the wrong one to die on the hill of. But we, as a society, as much as you want to strip DEI and wokeism and CRT, it's not going to work.
Well, look,
we're all still here.
I think that what this is happening in the context of a lot of other things in this government. And part of the point that I'm trying to bring to the table is that this is the same government that is saying at the Department of Defense, we're going to stop acknowledging Black History Month. We're going to go into DOD schools and address what they are learning there. This is from Jamie Raskin. He says he received this memo from constituents abroad on a U.S. military base who are parents in the DOD school system. They are outraged at censorship like this is happening against military families. One asked a school official why they removed photos on the wall of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, but not Leonardo da Vinci, and was told, quote, he was a real historical figure. This is also happening in the same government. So I don't know, how are we supposed to interpret this with our eyes and our ears?
Well, I'm not familiar with that and what's going on. Obviously, I would believe that is wrong. It should not be happening in our government, and I would love to know more about what happened. We're talking here, we're talking about two different things. If it's about DEI and qualifications for jobs versus giving somebody a second chance, that's what the difference here.
Those are not different things, okay? Because if we talk about qualifications for a job, and you're also telling me that you are willing to hire somebody who...
Why do these guys still try to maintain like any sort of aesthetic grounds that they care about any of this? Like the very fact that this current conversation, when you actually dive in, the very fact that this current conversation that they're having on CNN right now is about the hiring, firing, and rehiring of a government employee that was outed as having openly racist tweets, where the vice president, who is married to an Indian woman that the dude was being racist to, actively, after getting bullied by racist neo-Nazi accounts on Twitter, turned around and said, yeah, actually, we should rehire this guy who thinks my children and my wife are inferior. It's interesting to me that there are even still Republicans that they send out to these, to these conversations to try and like defend this otherwise indefensible position. Who is this for? I think the people that like this sort of thing, they like it. They know exactly what it is. They like it precisely because it is a complete domination by overt racists.
Who is a self-described racist, then how is that person qualified for a job serving the American people in the government?
Look,
what explains the vice president? Here's what I didn't understand. I mean, he was so emotional about this and such an outburst. I'm not saying that he's not condemning the racism. He did, but why can't he just say, yes, the person should apologize before being reconsidered? What is the hesitancy for him to say it? Is it political, that he doesn't want to offend a base? What is it that he can't say that?
Well, I came on here, I'd not seen your back and forth, I'll be honest with you.
Okay,
I can't speak. Look, I can't speak for the vice president, but I do know that he condemned the remarks from the outset.
But do you think he should, at the very least, say that before someone is hired, he should?
I'm not going to tell the vice president what he should or should not
So
say.
you're not.
I agree that I think the guy should at least acknowledge what he said was wrong.
And if he doesn't do that publicly, do you think he should be fired? The guy, if he doesn't acknowledge that.
Yes, I'm very clear. I think he needs to acknowledge that he should not be hired back.
And do you think it would be a big mistake in terms of the signal that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are sending?
No, I'm not getting into the signals and stuff. I'm telling you what I think should happen.
You're like, signals. No. Again, we are saying that we are here to protect racists and white supremacists and the manosphere. That's what we're here to protect.
What signal do you think it sends?
This week, President Trump nominated Dr. Neil Jacobs, an atmospheric scientist.
Yeah, the funniest part about this is that you get fired from Jiffy Lube for saying 30% less with an earshot of a customer. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
To lead the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA. In Trump's first term, Jacobs was the agency's acting leader during what turned into a political storm. Jacobs was...
I'm eating Ono Hawaiian barbecue grilled chicken I got 16 ounces of straight white grilled chicken breast. And I got, who asked, buddy? Oh my gosh, so many fucking chatters. I wanted to switch it up and get some grilled chicken teriyaki this time, not Middle Eastern style. Yeah, but who cooked it? I don't know. Some dude that works at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. I don't know what this new sauce they sent me with it. Did you get the katsu sauce? Is fire? I don't know. Little bro don't know the meme.
Was reprimanded for ethics violations during what became known as Sharpiegate. National environmental correspondent David Schechter investigates what can happen when an administration politicizes science.
What is important about a hurricane warning?
People's lives are on the line.
In September of 2019, during President Donald Trump's first term, Craig McLean was the acting chief scientist at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. It runs the National Weather Service, which issues hurricane warnings.
Dorian has been pummeling the Bahamas for a day and a half.
On a Sunday, the Weather Service forecasted the storm to move up the Atlantic coast. President Trump tweeted that Alabama was in the storm's path, but it wasn't. 20 minutes later, the National Weather Service in Alabama accurately tweeted, Alabama will not see any impacts from Dorian. That contradicted the president. By Wednesday, with Dorian still approaching, Trump held up a 7-day-old map altered with a black marker, making it look like Alabama was in the hurricane's path. The controversy became known as Sharpiegate.
That was the original chart, and you see it was going to hit not only Florida, but Georgia. It could have was going toward the Gulf.
By Friday, without McLean's knowledge, the leadership at NOAA released a statement backing Trump and criticizing the work of the weather forecasters.
To have a political process unplug the public's trust, that got me stirred. That gave me a sense of rage.
McLean demanded investigations. They concluded that the statement was driven by external political pressure through a request from the White House then acting chief of staff, and that Neil Jacobs, the head of NOAA, who's been nominated again, violated NOAA's scientific integrity policy. McLean requested NOAA's top leaders acknowledge the investigative findings. Shortly after, he was relieved of his position. Jacobs has not responded to our request for a comment, and a spokesperson for NOAA says it does not comment on
This is the most annoying monarch shit. Like, this is stuff that you hear about in fictional works that try to recreate what it was like when we had kings. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Hasan, I've heard you say I do not have an issue with Hezbollah. Do you still stand by this? In terms of their actions against resisting Israel doing a genocide, yes. I don't. It's so funny because so many of the chatters that come in here and say stuff like that literally love Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if left to his own devices, would unironically do Islamic Caliphate shit. Not Hezbollah, but ISIS shit, right? But because he's, doing it Christian style, you consider that to be good and based. It's ridiculous. Like, what's going on? What's happening? Christian style? Calm your lamb chops? What, you think Christian Sharia is fake? Or is it because you agree with it? So you don't actually think it's like bad. You advocate for it when your favorite politician is advocating for it. Yeah. Anyone who's spent enough time in here knows I'm not an advocate for any sort of religious fundamentalism, whether it be Islamic or Christian or Jewish. I support anyone that'll give me fiber internet. Okay, well, boy, do I got to tell you something about Hezbollah. They have fiber internet. There is a 98.8% chance that chatter understood 0% of your answer. Okay, probably fair. But it's not necessarily for that chatter alone. I'm sure there's other people who are confused by my approach to certain foreign policy decisions. These chatters want you to say, I don't support their harm to civilians if that's obvious in good faith. Yes, Noon Mail. I know. You don't have to fucking spam it over and over again in the chat. I know.
Nominations.
The blanket that was given to me by my team.
McClain stayed on with NOAA in another position and eventually retired. But big picture, NOAA's science is about more than hurricane warnings. It underpins how corporations and insurance companies predict the ever-growing risks of climate disasters and helps farmers choose the best time to plant as weather patterns shift. But Project 2025, which has served as a roadmap for the new administration, calls on Trump to break up NOAA, accusing it of being one of the main drivers of the climate change alarm industry. We reached out to the Trump White House, but it did not respond to our questions. And during the nomination hearings for Howard Lutnick, Trump's pick to lead the Commerce Department, which oversees NOAA, he said he does not support breaking it up.
Project 2025 is saying NOAA's alarmist.
Well, we're required by law to give the full picture. And if there's a reason to not be alarmist, what is that? What we're seeing is alarming.
He's like, bro, my job is to raise the alarm. That's what I need to do. It is literally my job to raise the fucking alarm when there is climate catastrophe happening. What do you mean? Trump's and Republicans' anti-science approach is so psychotic, and it's going to cook this country, literally. I do not understand how you can approach this like they did with COVID, where they're like, yeah, if you don't test people, then you just get less cases of COVID. You can't do that with COVID anyway, but you definitely can't do that with fucking tornadoes. What are we doing? COVID, at the very least, is somewhat invisible. Its impact is real, but it's like, germs, people don't understand diseases. A tornado is very much visible when it fucks your house. At a certain point, someone's gonna be like, why didn't the National Weather Service warn me that there was a goddamn tornado? You can't do the COVID thing to tornadoes.
Is very alarming.
McLean says we should all be alarmed by any threats to the integrity of the science that supports what we know about our changing climate.
Going through that again is very concerning to me.
For CBS Saturday Morning, David Schechter, Washington.
Ushered to a stage by cameras cocked and pointed, the exchange of detainees between Israel and Hamas is as much a performance as it is a process.
I think one of the craziest things Israel did, and they do this all the time for every other thing, projection, was to talk about the horrific conditions that Israeli captives were held in after a month of endless videos coming out of the West Bank of Palestinians who were brutalized under Israeli detention. Israel turned around and did the reverse of that, where they were like, look at how badly treated our hostages were. And the media that didn't cover a single instance, the media that did not cover a single instance. Oh my God, that's AI art. I just realized that fucking fist has 6 fingers. Oh my God. Okay. That's a bridge too far. Hamas, that's a bridge too far, sir. AI art? You couldn't commission that? I'm condemning Hamas for the usage of AI art. Anyway. The point I was making before I was assaulted with this AI art. The point I was making is that after months, and this happened in the first ceasefire and the first hostage swap as well, but after months of Israel releasing detained Palestinians in horrible conditions, okay, genuinely tortured, every single one of them, and not a single peep from Western media, Israel decides to turn around and say, yo, look at our hostages. Look at how terrible their conditions are. And everyone is now fucking writing about it. It's so gross and so unimaginably one-sided and so clearly ridiculous. part of the reason why the hostages are coming out looking the way they do, all things considered, is because of Israel's blockade and mass bombing campaigns. Like, yeah, some of the hostages died too. How the hell are you not banned? Aren't you guys supposed to be anti-censorship? I don't understand. These guys literally think censorship is when titties get smaller in video games inside of Asmongold's community. But then, without even a fucking shred of irony, come in here to be like, why don't you get banned for saying the fucking truth? Like, if I were to investigate, if I were to interrogate these people's beliefs, like, I doubt that they would be vehemently in disagreement with me either. They just got primed into saying, oh, why aren't you banned? The double standard. Like, be a human, dude. Please use your brain. It's crazy. These guys act like they hate liberals, and then they turn around and behave exactly like liberals do. And they're like, oh, this guy's saying something about Israel, an issue that I don't know anything about. And I think he should be banned for this reason. Yeah, don't worry. I heard Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad are anti-Gamergate, okay? Don't worry. I heard that they are also interested in having big titties in video games. Now you can actually support them. They're anti-social justice warrior, too. Here, let me reframe it from your narrow moral system.
An estimated 20,000 Hamas fighters have been killed in this conflict. Although Hamas have been weakened, here their Al-Qassam brigade want to show they still stand. The 3 men they parade were taken hostage on October 7. This is Eli Sharabi, captured at his kibbutz after Hamas fighters arrived. Eli Sharabi's wife Liane and daughters Noya and Yael were killed in the attack. His remaining family watched his release. In his return to Israel, he was reunited with his sister and mother, but finally learnt of his wife and children's fate. There is also concern about Eli Sharabi's change in appearance. This was him before capture, and this is him since.
We're very happy that Eli came out. We're sad to see the situation, how they look. They look very hungry. They look like they suffered a lot.
This is the before and after of Ohad Ben-Ami and Or Levy, who were also released today. But the concerns over the conditions in captivity have been shared across the exchange.
Yeah, it's crazy that, like, Israel is like, I can't believe that our blockade that is responsible for not enough food getting in to the Gaza Strip and our endless bombing campaigns that absolutely contributed to these guys starving out there is actually directly the responsibility of Hamas. It's like, dude, for months, every time we saw hostages released, the conditions of the hostages that were released were very different than the conditions that were the conditions of the Palestinian hostages that Israel had released. Okay? One side was getting actively tortured while they have all of the power. The other side was getting actively bombed. And in spite of those bombing campaigns, the hostages looked definitely not as bad as this last batch of hostages look. Okay? It's crazy that Israel did a man-made famine and then turned around and said, wow, I can't believe our hostages starved. Like, what are you talking about? You did it. What do you think?
As the 3 Israeli men held in Gaza.
Rape denier over here. Ha, ja, 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 ja. If you can find an instance where I've engaged in rape denial, I'll give you $100. Because I have not. The clips that you're referring to, ironically, are me arguing with a chatter who's saying no rapes occurred. And it's me literally saying, no, I think rapes did occur. There's a likelihood that rapes occurred. Find the clip, chatter. You finally have a job? Yeah. Extend that clip 30 seconds prior and 30 seconds after, and then show me how I'm denying rapes. Idiot. It's so easy to manipulate people. It's crazy. It's especially crazy to say that right now because the Israeli prosecutor came out like a couple of weeks ago and straight up said, yeah, we can't prosecute any sexual assault instances because no one has come forward. You did? You said there's no verified videos? Oh, shit. There's verified videos of rape? You should warn the Israeli prosecutor that there's verified videos of rape happening. Because that's really interesting that you're saying that. Because, again, last month, she came out and said, we can't prosecute any sexual assault acts because there's no verifiable evidence and no victims have come forward. And we've scoured long and hard. The only verified firsthand account of sexual assault that took place in captivity. That is according to the UN investigation that every single person loves pointing to, without realizing that it's not an investigation and simply a rehashing of all of the things Israel has claimed. And secondly, that very same report showed systematic rape against Palestinian detainees that spanned far before October 7. Including 2 children detainees. There are thousands of firsthand accounts of Palestinians getting sexually assaulted in prison, in Israeli prisons. Thousands. As a matter of fact, it got to be such a serious problem that there were Israeli prison guards in the concentration camp Sde Teiman that were prosecuted by the Israeli government. Israelis turned around and did a pro-rape January 6, where they successfully stopped these prison guards, these concentration camp guards, from being prosecuted by the Israeli government. Just because you have no idea what took place, and just because your media is unimaginably filtered with this incredible one-sided perspective, does not mean that I have to also undermine reality. Israeli official Moran Gaz stated that her department has found no evidence of sexual violence from October 7, reveals Israeli prosecutor. This is the problem with any kind of coverage surrounding Israel. Okay? These guys at Sde Teiman, the Israeli concentration camp guards at Sde Teiman, raped the Palestinian prisoner to death on camera. Okay? They raped a Palestinian prisoner to death on camera. And the rapists were let free. And one of the top rapists actually became a television personality. And you're over here being like, well, you're a rape denier. It is fucking ridiculous. There is so much documented evidence that directly points the blame to one side and virtually no evidence whatsoever beyond suspicion, reasonable suspicion, mind you. Okay? Reasonable suspicion, but no hard evidence whatsoever on the other front, with one exception. Okay? After 16 months, and you're still in here yelling at a guy who was much more open-minded to this perspective because of how war is waged and how sexual assault and sexual violence is a commonplace occurrence in instances of war. Oh, anyway, cheers. Why is he denying this shit? Who? Yeah, not only that, but Israel also blocked the UN probe into Hamas sexual crimes from October 7 to avoid inquiry into abuse of Palestinians. That's from Haaretz. They literally blocked a separate investigation. So the UN commission that actually wrote a report on all of the violence that took place on October 7 straight up just rehashed all of the previous information that was released. It's crazy. What is this? The chat care more about Kai than anything he's saying. I feel like your chat can never disagree with you because you ban anyone who does or pull them up and scare them into saying what you want. That's really interesting that you're saying that because I'm pulling up multiple people who are openly disagreeing with me. What am I supposed to do when someone disagrees with me? What's the best process for you? Just ban them and move on quietly? Many content creators do that, and they don't get any sort of scrutiny for that reason. I, on the other hand, do actually pull them up. There's a reason why I don't have a subscription-only chat, for example. I could just as easily do that. There's a reason why you can follow for 10 minutes and say whatever you want in this chat. Because I do entertain dissent. You're just upset that I end up dunking on people who are saying ridiculous things. So either make a better argument or stop complaining. Anyway. Don't you get tired of these dumbass chatters? The full quote of the prosecutor was this: unfortunately, we have no victims. They were either murdered or some of those who were raped chose not to come forward to share what happened. You know, I know he said that. I repeated that as well. What are you talking about? I said that after all of the evidence, they did not have any firsthand accounts because no one came forward. I said that. I didn't misquote him. I said that. I did say that. Anyway, I choose my words very carefully when talking about this sort of stuff because I know how people operate. They just can't actually attack the argument that I'm making. So they have to literally claim that I'm making this argument from an indecent point of view, like some secret anti-Semitism that's been left dormant in my brain or something, in spite of my 10 plus public years of advocacy against anti-Semitism. So they just have to like constantly massage my words in a way that suits their agenda. And yeah, I speak for 10 hours every single day on these issues. You will be able to find things that you can clip out of context and make a compilation that is 10 hours long if you want to. But if you truly want to understand the truth, whether it be the truth on the ground or whether it be my own personal perspective on the matter, I am an open fucking book. Yes, I know Kyle's on the ground. I don't give a shit. Stop. Like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this little freak. If they raped Israelis, who cares? They're fine to be doing that. Part of Muslim culture is rape. It's normal. You're a fucking freak, chatter. You're a disgusting little monster. For being such a big man, you're very emotional. I'm currently covering people engaging in genocide denial. If you don't have any sort of emotions associated with the subject matter, that only shows your sociopathic nature, which I suspect you think is a beneficial thing. Like, you probably fancy yourself to be a Patrick Bateman style person when you're not. You're a fucking loser. And everybody knows you're a fucking loser. That's why you have to spend all this time arguing online, trying to present yourself as someone who is actually not owned at all, not even remotely deranged. No, you're just overtly emotional, brother. Yeah, I mean, I do tend to get a little emotional when talking about issues like an ongoing active genocide in the hands of an apartheid state. I think that that's like an understandable position to have. I like that you move beyond making any arguments whatsoever, and now you're just like, you're emotional. Yes, dude, I have empathy. We should try it sometime. Maybe you'll be able to maintain a friendship for once. What was the deal with that Sheryl Sandberg interview with a gal who said she was a rape victim? I'm not familiar. I think there was one person who changed their, who changed what happened to them and went back and forth. I don't know if it was a person who saw a rape happen or claimed that they saw a rape happen, or if it was someone that said that they were a victim of it themselves. But as far as I know, and I might be totally wrong on this, but as far as I know, there was only one instance, and I have not seen the person explaining it. If you send me the information, I can look into it. But in a lot of instances, it's just secondhand claims coming, and then those claims are immediately disparaged by Israeli authorities, by the way. Like that one guy who was like, oh, I saw rapes happen. The famous case of that one dude who was also in Screams Without Words, the article, the New York Times article. And it came out that they were just lying. Like, none of the timeline matched up. None of the information that they gave actually held true. Most of this stuff has been debunked. One of the worst aspects of this is that if rapes did occur, which again, considering that criminal elements also penetrated the Gaza boundary after the wall was broken, there is a likelihood that this could have happened, right? I still maintain this position. Having said that, however, Zakat was so busy trying to farm donations in that process that they basically undermined any possible investigation that could ever occur. And the Israeli government, since October 7, has denied outside investigations from being conducted. The notion that the people in charge in that moment, in that emotional moment, understandably, would basically ruin any kind of opportunity to have justice for the victims should be criticized non-stop. Okay? But if we are going to talk about the actual facts, why is it being framed like we aren't believing women coming out with their stories? It's just propaganda. That's the reason. Like, the initial argument was Hamas actually was weaponizing rapes or something. They still say that nonstop. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. None. There is, however, evidence, plenty of evidence for systematic sexual assault happening inside of the Israeli prison system against Palestinians. Another thing that many defenders of Israel routinely lie about. And because I'm uncompromising and refuse to lie to entertain people's insane points of view, a lot of people just like lose their minds. They have only one motive, the one framework to operate off of, which is drama infused. It's gross. If you are familiar with colonial, you refuse to lie, you do it all the time, you dimwit. Give me one example. Give me one example, and I will VIP you. So you basically keep lying through the service of Hamas, huh? You sad, sad little man. Give me one singular example of where I've lied, and I will get on my hands and knees on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I'll get on my hands and knees, and I will VIP you. I'll mod you. Go ahead. Chatters, this is not your opportunity to say you lied about gaming or you lied about finishing Kid Nation. Yes, my haters went after every account that actually hosted Kid Nation on YouTube after Kid Nation being on YouTube for 12 years, okay? And they got all of them copy strikes, so we couldn't enjoy Kid Nation. I'm waiting. Chatter, I am waiting. Why is it that people have such strong opinions and yet when I say, hey man, I'll even reward you if you can find this, they just shut the fuck up. What's up? I just don't understand it. Is this not what people want? Desperately trying to D's Discord for backup? Yeah, I mean, go there. Go wherever you want to get this information. It's just that it doesn't exist. It's not real. They're going to say it's a gotcha to prove their shitty argument. I mean, it's fine. I want to hear it. He can't speak because he's banned. He's not banned. You're wrong.
Gaza returned to Israel 183 Palestinians headed in the opposite direction. The majority on board these buses had been detained by Israel since October 7, but others had...
It's interesting because, you know, apparently I do it all the time. I do it frequently. And yet he just couldn't find it. That's what I mean. It's like, if it's all the time, you should be able to easily rattle off examples.
had been held for decades.
My brother was sentenced to life. We didn't see him for 25 years and we weren't expecting his release. I still can't believe my brother is amongst us. May God empty all the prisons.
There are currently thousands of Palestinians held without a charge or being convicted without an open trial. But those released also include those alleged to be behind fatal attacks in Israel. Iyad Abu Shakidim was given 18 life terms for suicide attacks after Israel killed Hamas leaders in 2004.
Today you can announce that I am reborn. I am reborn. The prisoners are suffering a lot. They are being abused.
But not all those released have any convictions. Those freed now look far thinner than their loved ones remember. So far, at least 6 were in need of hospital care, said the Palestinian Red Crescent.
The conditions were very bad. No food, no water, no medicine. We were in a torture centre for 24 hours. I spent 40 days handcuffed and blindfolded, and I could not go to the bathroom or anywhere else. There was no food. I entered prison at 100 kilos and left at 58.
Under this stage of the ceasefire, 33 Israelis and up to 2,000 Palestinians are expected to be freed. But the agreement is fragile, and both sides are accusing the other of non-compliance. Now with President Trump announcing his plans to annex Gaza and move out Palestinians, the end game is now unclear, with the lives of hostages still in the balance.
Well, as you heard there, one of the hostages released by Hamas earlier is Eli Sharabi. His British-born wife, Leanne, and 2 teenage daughters were killed on October 7th in Kibbutz Be'eri when Eli was taken hostage. Earlier, I spoke to Leanne's brother, Steve, who lives in South Wales, and began by asking him how he felt after his brother-in-law's release.
I think, like, on accident, the media, in an effort to maintain some semblance of parity, might unironically start covering the conditions of the Palestinian detainees being released because of this. Because Israel chose to now say, look at the conditions of our prisoners. Now it's going to be an opportunity for channels like Channel 4 to turn around and be like, for the first time ever, cover the horrifying conditions that the Palestinian detainees were kept in, victim to brutal assaults, brutal torture, sometimes rape. Or they're just going to keep their one-sided coverage, probably. I suspect that it'll be the latter rather than the former. Did that hater come back with any examples? No, he didn't, because, look, in the most charitable way, if I'm being as charitable as humanly possible, that person most likely doesn't understand a lot of the things that are happening, a lot of the things that are unfolding in front of his eyes with respect to Israel-Palestine. He's just simply reiterating the position of people who are also not very knowledgeable, hoping that it sticks. That's the reason why they don't have like a real fucking grievance. They are just repeating things that other people before them have said without putting much thought into it. That's it. But it makes people feel like they're a part of an in-group. Okay? It makes people feel as though they are a part of an in-group. It makes people feel like they're a part of a big club, that they're actually doing something that's worthy, you know, engaging in a cause. That's it. I don't think that these guys have, like, some people definitely have a position on Israel's actions. Some people do think it's defensible. Some people are pro-Israel unconditionally due to social conditioning. Others are pro-Israel unconditionally, I don't know, because they hate Muslims or whatever, right? Having said that, most of the people that are coming in here to be like, Hasan, you've denied rapes, they have no genuine opinion on this matter. They have no idea. They just saw a clip. And not only did they see a clip, but they saw a clip that was obviously clipped out of context because it was in the process of me debating that rapes had occurred. But they also are oblivious to the facts on the matter, facts on the ground. They just don't care. They're not in here because they have a well-established position on Israel or Palestine. They're in here because they like the drama. They don't like me. They like the drama, so they engage in shit stirring. That's it. We oftentimes see what those guys operate like. This is the guy that you said you were lying. Look at his earlier. Welcome back. You've been doing some remodeling. Your hair still looks weird, cheap bastard. You certainly have the right ass for twerking. Real life is not one of your streams, sweetie. Then go back to Turkey if you hate so much. Oh, will you stop being so petty and bitter? Get a maxi pad. It's clear that it's that of the month. You do look fatter. You should probably start bottoming. Then why don't you do VODs? Hasan, you look hot no matter what. Don't be so insecure. Don't make promises you can't keep. Just start an OnlyFans. Let us enjoy those Turkish delights. That's the guy that said I lie all the time and then immediately collapsed when I said, okay, give me one instance where I've lied about anything that is related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I talked about it before. Like, I used to sort of be a hater, like never to this degree. I honestly just thought you were kind of a dick, but nothing beyond that. Turns out you were kind of cool and have helped me and my perspective on the whole world a whole lot. Yeah. All you need is some semblance of charitability. This is what I always say. Look, I might not be everyone's cup of tea, but if you come in here, even if you're a hater, but if you listen to my perspective, you will most likely realize that you have been misguided. You've been duped. By people who have different opinions or by people who hate me for other reasons. That's it. There's plenty of people like that out there, but you are your own person. Develop your own perspective. It's interesting that there is rarely ever a full, coherent argument. Whenever people want to get mad at me, there is never a full argument. It is always like 10 seconds, 12 seconds, maximum 15 seconds. It's never, this is the full scope of this person's argument, and now I am going to address it piece by piece. You're a piece of shit. The softest man I've ever heard showed me a clip of you with the aesthetics of the thing the U.S. government has spent the last 3 decades making me think is evil, so I hate you now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much where most people are coming from. They're like, yeah. Yeah, dude, but it's wild. So much of your content is just defending yourself like this is not fun. I know. I'm sorry. It's not fun. I feel like at a certain point, I have to like turn around and defend myself. Let's get back to this.
It was only yesterday afternoon we found out that he was being released, and that meant that he was alive. So the joy and relief of seeing that he was alive through our TV screen was the sort of the first emotion, but that was quickly overtaken by the shock and distress about the condition that he's clearly in. He looks so different from the Ellie that we know and love, so emaciated and drawn. So our relief at the fact that he was able to apparently walk unaided and independently was quickly replaced by the horror of how he looked facially and the fact that the clothes are hanging off of what is clearly an emaciated body.
So you were quite shocked then by his appearance, Steve?
Absolutely. I mean, he's a very happy, smiley man normally, and of course I wouldn't expect him to be smiling under these conditions, but it was the light has gone from his eyes. You could see the dark rings around his eyes, his drawn cheeks, the emaciated condition of his entire body. But he looked confused, distressed, disoriented, and I think that was the most striking thing about it.
And you have told us previously that not only did you not know whether he was alive or dead, but if he was alive, you didn't know if Ellie knew about his wife and daughters being killed. And were you trying to work out in those images today if Ellie knew what had happened to his family?
One of the first things that Abu Ubaidah said in the aftermath of October 7 was that whatever happens to the Palestinian population, whatever Israel chooses to do to the Palestinian population, they will be doing to their own citizens as well. Okay? As in, these hostages will also suffer the same. These hostages will also suffer the same fate that befalls the Palestinian population because they're inside of Gaza. And in spite of all of that, their conditions were nowhere near as bad as the average Palestinian detainee that is released from an Israeli prison. Israel has all the food in the world. Israel is not experiencing a famine, no food shortages, no aid shortage. Israel's not being bombed. And yet, they were deliberately being tortured. In spite of those conditions, most of the Israelis that have been released were released in good care. I don't even know how they were able to do this. It is mind-boggling to me, in spite of those conditions, that all things considered, they were in relatively good care, especially when compared to the Palestinian detainees that were released after being tortured, molested. Ridiculous.
I think he looked so distressed and disoriented. It's difficult to know what, if anything, was going through his mind at that stage. What I do know is that he is a family man at the very heart of everything he does, and so I have absolutely no doubt that if he didn't know that Leanne and the
good care, just your wife and kids are dead. Yeah, we're talking about a line of propaganda coming from the Israeli government. Okay. I've repeated my position on October 7 numerous times. I don't think it bears repeating in this instance as well. Okay? There is a reason why Israel says that, oh no, they fantasized for months about how they probably were being raped by the Palestinians over and over again. Okay? We're talking about how the hostages were treated, not what happened on October 7.
the girls had been killed, the very first question he will have asked when he got into that Red Cross vehicle will have been, are Leanne and the girls okay? Are they waiting for me? I think part of our distress is that he'll have had that news broken to him by a stranger.
The biggest thing I struggle with watching you, while I generally trust where you get your info when I share the takes to others, it's difficult to find sources to back them up. More just laziness of finding them, I guess. would still be nice to have a repo sources for reference. Go to the YouTube. When I'm pulling data, I'm either pulling data directly in front of us from a journalist breaking a story, or I'm pulling data from Top Dome. If I'm pulling data from Top Dome, then editors will slap on the exact articles on YouTube. So YouTube always has the resources. Okay? There's a reason why usually people don't actually clip me off of my YouTube, but instead clip me directly from my Twitch stream. It's virtually impossible for me to pop on in the midst of conversation the exact resource that I'm relying on. Okay? But yes, you can check my sources on YouTube. Okay? Like here, we talked about the Israeli prison rape situation. Okay? We talked about the Israeli prison rape situation. There are numerous articles written on this matter from there's B'Tselem, which is the Israeli human rights organization that has covered the atrocities inside of the Israeli prison structure. I wish you get sexually assaulted and unalived after, just like all the victims. What? What did he get? What did he say? What? Jesus Christ. At that point, why are you saying SA and unalive? Just say raped and then killed. Like, why are you using TikTok language while you're demanding I get raped and then kill myself? Like, if you're going to do a death threat, don't be a pussy about it. If you're going to fantasize about someone raping me and then me killing myself in the process, why the fuck are you using sanitized TikTok language? You're doing a death threat, you brain rotted fucking loser. Just say it with your chest. That's so weird. I hope you get SA'd and unalived. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you? Say it with your chest. Big dog, what's happening? A woke death threat, that's crazy? Yeah. Anyway, I was finished.
In the back of a jeep on Gazan soil before he's even been fully released.
And he has now been reunited with his own mother and sister. Have you seen those images? And he's been able at least to be with his family today.
Yes, I've seen the same pictures. I think that everyone else has seen. It's very strictly controlled what goes on in the hospital wing, and rightly so. Even when he's in the arms of his mother and his sister, you can see the.
I have never in all of my coverage seen an extensive, long, well-sourced, direct conversation with an immediate family member of a Palestinian that was released from Israeli prisons. There are far larger numbers of Palestinians in Israeli prisons. There are a far larger number of Palestinians released from Israeli prisons. And yet, I've never really seen this level of care and consideration for anyone on the Palestinian front. Now, you might think, well, you might think, well, Hasan, why are you asking? Why are you demanding for this? It's because Palestinians broadly are not seen as human beings by mainstream media. They are seen as collateral damage. Okay? Are you going to cover the fact that they're not allowed to express joy when they're released? Yes, I already have. This is how it works. It starts like this. Humans are victims. Humans have the capability of being victims to violence in the hands of the inhumane Palestinians.
The fear and the confusion on his face, it's going to be a very, very long road to recovery for him, but one that I know his Israeli family and his British...
Itamar Ben-Gvir has made it illegal for Palestinians in the West Bank to celebrate the release Palestinians to express the release of their family members, express joy at the release of their family members. Second time they've done this, by the way. If you've never personally heard any of these stories, and this is the first time you're hearing these stories, it is understandable that your immediate perspective is like, well, what? CNN has never actually explained this to me. Okay? CNN has never said this to me. So now ask yourself why. Okay? Why is it that you only hear from this side, from the likes of Dropsite or from this stream? Instead of assuming that I'm lying because CNN hasn't reported on it and I am, think about why CNN has not reported on it. You know? You will then very quickly arrive at why so many of these slop tubers actively come after me, and it is because I do report on this. Okay? This is one of the few places where this kind of information is reported. That is the reason why so many people go, oh, this guy's actually preaching disturbing things. He's a radical terrorism lover. Okay? Doing this to a detainee is terrorism. But when it's Israel doing it, nobody thinks about it as such. Okay? The Palestinian Red Crescent reports 6 newly freed Palestinian captives have been transferred to hospitals due to their deteriorating health. Among them is Hamas leader Jamal al-Tawil from Ramallah, who was severely beaten by Israeli forces minutes before his release and hospitalized due to his poor condition. The Palestinian Prisoners Club said freed captives were subjected to torture and starvation by Israeli forces. Most released under the deal now suffer from health problems. A 7th Palestinian captive has been transferred for emergency medical treatment upon release, as many describe horrific conditions. Hamas issued a statement accusing Israel of adopting a policy of slow killing of Palestinians held in Israeli jails. The fact that 7 prisoners were transferred to hospitals immediately after their release reflects the systematic assaults and mistreatment of our prisoners by the Israeli prison authorities, it said. It's just like the truth is so incredibly one-sided, and yet everything that you hear from mainstream resources are so on the opposing side. They're on the side opposing the truth. That's it. And a lot of people have the capacity to understand when Republicans are deluded or when their enemies, their ideological opponents are deluded into thinking something that isn't the truth. And yet, in this instance, because there is so much bipartisanship in the media coverage overall, that people just never really question mainstream resources at all. There's literally a tsunami about to hit the USA. Wait, what? What? What happened? A 6.7 magnitude earthquake hit the Cayman Islands. Okay. I feel like maybe not the USA, but there's a tsunami warning probably for Cuba, maybe Honduras, but not. Is magnitude 8? Well, no. This is saying magnitude 6.7. Earthquake USGS.gov is saying 6.7. Tsunami warning centers issue tsunami alert for coastlines along the Caribbean Sea. Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands are the only places with... Oh, there's a warning for Puerto Rico. I think it was initially reported as a 8. 8 magnitude earthquake, Cayman Islands region, tsunami threat for the entire Caribbean. Earthquake, Cayman Islands region, tsunami threat for the entire Caribbean, just upgraded to advisory. It was initially reported as 8, and it was revised. I don't know what will come of this, but they just revised it again to 7.6.
Hours before his son's release, Israeli forces
Here are
assaulted
the 7 Palestinians that were released that were immediately released to the hospital.
Fahri Barghouti. Still in pain, these moments offer a sweet relief. A father and son reuniting for the first time outside the prison that once held them. Shadi was an 11-month-old when his father was arrested in 1978. Their next meeting was inside an Israeli jail, more than 25 years later. They spent years together in prison. Now they can be home at last.
It was a dream for us to leave prison like this. The guards had to open the prison doors against their will. Our heads are held high. We wouldn't have been here without the sacrifices of our people in Gaza.
This man is speaking through his tears. He came to welcome home his brother, Mohammed. Instead, he's following him to the hospital.
I saw him and he looks like a skeleton. He can't really eat because he is still suffering from complications after Israeli forces shot him before his arrest. They denied him medical treatment and God knows what else.
Mohammed says it's hard to describe the abuse he suffered in Israeli jails. He says he's thankful now for his cup of coffee and the chance to take a painkiller.
I used to have crutches to help me walk, but they took them away from me. They assaulted me and beat me. Whenever I asked them to have mercy on me, because I have metal rods on my leg, they were glad to know my weak point and continued hitting me on it.
Some of the Palestinian prisoners released in the occupied West Bank on Saturday were immediately taken to nearby hospitals. Many say what they went through in Israeli custody will take a long time to heal. But at least now they have the support of their friends and family to help them get through it. Katia Lopez-Odoyan, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera. In response to those anti-Israel protests on college campuses, the Justice Department announcing the formation of a multi-agency task force aimed to combat anti-Semitism in the U.S. My next guest says this is the, quote, first step in giving life to President Trump's renewed commitment to ending anti-Semitism in our schools. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney.
Yeah, that's what Trump is doing. Mr. Push BB's seat into his table. You know? Uncle of a friend got released after 23 years today. Got some shawarma as soon as he left.
Attorney General of the Civil Rights Division, Leo Terrell, joins me now. And Leo, I believe this is your first television interview since leaving Fox News. We are so happy.
It's so crazy that the first time around, when all of the Trump supporters were like openly neo-Nazis, saying some of the most unhinged anti-Semitic shit, this administration defended them. And they still, to this day, obviously don't care about racism. They don't care about Nazis in general. But they do care about anti-Israel people. Like, how many open Nazis were invited to college campuses? How many times have Klansmen and open neo-Nazis defended Donald Trump, openly protested without fear of any sort of retribution under the Trump administration, gotten protected by the Trump administration? These people do not care about anti-Semitism. They only care about anti-Israel sentiment. Okay? That's it. Free speech, dude? Yeah, exactly. Free speech, dude. That's right. Free speech, brother. Free speech. No speech when it comes to hurting big bad Israel's feelings, though. Elon Musk throws up a Sig Heil, a fat Sig Heil, but he's pro-Israel, so it's all right. You could be a Jewish campus protester against Israel. That's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen. You need to go to prison right now. And it's crazy because your parents kind of agree with this shit too, most likely. They have no way of comprehending this.
To have you on the program today. Thanks for coming.
Well, thank you very much. And I left the great company, Fox News, and for a job from the greatest, in my opinion, in my lifetime, the greatest president, to give me a chance to serve this country. And I'm working for a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in basically eliminating this dual system of justice and providing justice in this country again.
So, Leo, tell us about this task force, which is coordinated under the auspices of the DOJ's Civil Rights Division. What's the goal here?
Very simple, Anita, and thank you for that question. First of all, everyone in this country saw what happened the last 3 or 4 years. Jewish Americans were ignored by the federal government, ignored by local officials. Jewish American students couldn't go to school without being harassed. It happened across this country. Pam Bondi has created a task force to combat anti-Semitism, and I'm privileged to head that task force. What that means, Anita, is that we're going to use every tool in the toolbox, civil, criminal, activities to stop the harassment of Jewish students. That means we're going to take criminal action. We're going to cut off funding. We're going to do everything, and we're formulating that right now.
Yeah, to your point, we all remember what we saw on college campuses across the country, from Columbia University to UCLA. I believe we have the video where Jewish students were literally barred from going to class by pro-Palestinian protesters, in some cases pro-Hamas protesters. No one, there you go, look at that. Yeah. No one seemed to be doing anything about it, and we heard very little from the last administration on why this was so wrong. So how is this going to change now?
Well, you heard crickets from the last administration, and in those protests, I was embarrassed to see my law school, UCLA, allow this type of harassment going on. And Columbia University, how it's going to stop is very simple. We're going to cut off their funding. We're going to take criminal activity against those protesters. We're going to alert these blue cities that allow this. You have to get actively involved. This is the mission that Pam Bondi have given me to proceed with. And we have the education department, Anita, Health and Human Services involved. This is a joint task force to stop this. And I would tell the Jewish community, help is on the way, because Pam Bondi wants to make sure everyone is treated fairly in this new Department of Justice, and that's what we're going to accomplish.
Yeah, the Jewish community is still very concerned about the way Jewish students, Jewish people in general, have been treated in this country over the last year. I want to bring your attention and put up on the screen some statistics from a brand new study.
Dude, no free speech. We are making protests illegal. We're making protests illegal. They literally sent cops. By the way, when this guy says, oh, the Biden administration didn't prosecute these people, like 3,100 arrests, more arrests on college campuses of students than arrests at January 6th. I want someone to love me as much as America loves Israel. You'll never find that. I hate to say it, but that kind of love does not exist. It's like loving your own arm. I don't understand how nobody looks at this and goes, hey, maybe this is a little too far. Hey, perhaps we should dial this back 1,000 steps. Hey, perhaps maybe this is completely unacceptable. Nope. It's great. All systems go, baby. The guy who's leading the task force is a regular retweeter of the Stop Anti-Semitism account. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm going to jail.
Study that's coming out. This is from the American Jewish Committee. They're going to publish a study later this week. Here's some of it. This is the state of anti-Semitism in America. Look at this. 90% of American Jews believe anti-Semitism has increased since the October 7th tragedy. 61% say anti-Semitism has increased a lot. And then look at this next statistic here. 77% of American Jews, they feel less safe in the U.S., according to this study. Leah, when you look at these numbers, these numbers are overwhelming. What do you think about that?
I find them offensive. And I'll tell you right now, those numbers are supported, Anita, by FBI numbers that I've seen. That October 7th massacre is the situation that prompted these increased numbers. But I can't stress it enough. This is going to stop immediately, because the Department of Justice, again, Pam Bondi, have said everything we have to use to stop this and deter this conduct is going to happen, and it's going to happen now.
Yeah, I wonder what's making American Jews feel less safe. Is it Elon Musk throwing up a Sig Heil? Or is it their sons and daughters who are also Jewish at college campuses protesting against a foreign state? Much to consider here. I'm sure there are plenty of older American Jews who will say college campus protests are significantly more dangerous or whatever. I'm sure. But the reality is obviously very different. People who protest against Israel are not threatening your lives. Okay? People who are overtly and openly anti-Semitic, and protesting against Israel is not anti-Semitic, but people who are overtly and openly anti-Semitic, those people are threatening you.
And I tell you right now that it's a joint task force by all agencies in the government to stop anti-Semitism.
And Leo, while I have you here, I just want to ask you very quickly. President Trump says he plans to create a White House faith office while directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to lead a task force aimed to eliminate what he called anti-Christian bias within the federal government. In the last 20 seconds, what can you tell us about that?
Let me tell you right now, everyone in this country knows that one of the greatest things about this country is the fundamental right of free expression and free religion, freedom of religion. And what has happened the last 3 or 4 years, Christians and Catholics have...
Yeah, that's why. That's why if you are Muslim, you can't be that way. Not allowed. Dude, people thinking that there's any sort of anti-Christian bigotry in this country are so fucking delusional, okay? I won't say the same, obviously, about anti-Semitism, but the notion that there is any sort of anti-Christian hatred being expressed in a way where there's like any sort of systematic oppression of Christians in this country, they are out of their fucking minds, okay? You are quite literally the most insane person on the planet.
Been basically...
These guys think that like there's a war on Christmas happening. We are at the whims of people who are hallucinating an alternative reality. Oh my Lord.
Attacked by this government. We're going to stop it. And that's why President Trump tasked Pam Bondi to take care of it. And I can assure you, knowing Pam, we're going to use all the tools in the toolbox.
The irony here, of course, is that anti-Christian attacks are always done on the basis of like, I can't be openly racist. Okay? In a nation that is predominantly Christian, the only thing that these guys have as far as like anti-Christian hatred is that people have freedoms. Okay? That's it. And those freedoms are being denied as well. It's not like people still maintain those freedoms, like abortion, for example. All right? They literally think gay people existing in society is a direct attack against Christians. That's what they mean when they say anti-Christian hatred. That's what they're talking about. There's never any real anti-Christian hatred happening in this country. It's a Christian nation. Okay?
To address this bias against Christians, Catholics, all religions, Anita, everyone should be treated fairly and equally. And that's one of the reasons why I'm proud to work in the Department of Justice.
All right. Leo Terrell, in his first appearance, as he is in his new job with the Department of Justice and the Civil Rights Division. Leo, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Mike?
We are counting down to the big game in New Orleans.
Hey, GameSpy down for you too? Man, I don't know. Stop asking me. Oh. All right, let's get to fun shit. I'm done with all this dumb nonsense. Okay? We're going to do fun shit. This is the video that I'm in. Liar, liar. You get set on fire by the boys. Nah, bro. Put together the Avengers of Unemployment for this video. Okay, let's get to the fun half. The following video, hold on. The following video features stunts performed either by professionals or under the supervision of professionals. No one was injured in this video. Do not attempt to recreate or reenact any stunt or activity performed in this video.
How you going? Today, we're playing Liar Liar, Pants on Fire. Okay, before we get into the game show, let me tell you why I'm doing this. I've always been obsessed with setting things on fire, and it's always amazed me that Hollywood stuntmen can do this to themselves without dying or getting injured. And I wanted to find out how, so I got the most professional guy I could find, who also happens to be good looking. Justin and his team. And they are professional stuntmen who work with Hollywood and have been responsible for protecting the most expensive faces in America. They have also set almost as many people on fire as the American military. The difference is that the actors survive, as they do it safely using protective gel and other measures. So YouTube, if you're watching this video is being executed with exactly the same safety standards as any of the TV shows, movies, and trailers that are allowed on YouTube. And after chatting with Justin and the team, we came up with a fun, safe way to demonstrate and educate you on how stuntmen light themselves on fire, so you can see it without having to do it yourself. And this
was so much fun. Like, it was great. It was a great experience. I was definitely a little scared in the beginning, but it is not even remotely scary. It is probably one of the easiest stunts to pull off as long as you have a stunt team. You know what I mean? Because like it's difficult for them to set it up and make sure that they have like all of the safety measures in place. But as far as stunts goes, you don't. Yeah, this is ironically one of the safest videos that I Did a Thing has ever put together. Like, I'm not even joking. It is probably the safest video he's ever made.
Is the game we came up with. I'm going to make a chair with the flamethrower connected to a buzzer. And then in the game show, we'll take turns going on the hot seat, where you either read out a truth or a lie. And if the other team figures out that you are lying, they press the buzzer and you get set on fire. So I need to make the flamethrower chair. And Michael Reeves seems like the perfect person to help me out.
You can do a catapult that shoots a cup of ice on fire.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I was thinking with the taser as well, it'd be hilarious if when they get set on fire, they're also being electrocuted if the taser's on them.
Oh, that's a good point. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, but I don't know if anyone would agree to that. And the plan is pretty simple. We'll have a flammable propellant of some kind.
Body spray is also pretty flammable.
And then to make it even safer, we're going to use a taser to ignite the fuel.
Don't breathe, bro. Don't breathe.
So first, we just need some Axe deodorant spray.
Okay.
And after mucking around...
I still have this in my kitchen. Like, I still use this Axe deodorant spray every now and then.
For a while, we managed to make the perfect game show buzzer flamethrower.
Like it hung itself.
When the boys agreed to do this, they didn't even know that we had a safety team. So they were pleasantly surprised when they showed up and saw Justin and the crew. And they started by getting us all gooed up in wet clothing, covered in a secret recipe of 11 different spices mixed with goo. And that's to stop us dying or getting injured. Then we had multiple other layers to keep the heat away from us. And we also have a safety team.
Why is it in your kitchen? I don't know. You just left it there. I don't really use it because it's fucking Axe. Isn't Axe BDS? Wait, what? Is it? Also, this video was months ago. Also, easiest thing to boycott. It sucks. No, I like... No, I don't use Axe. I have normal body, normal deodorant. But sometimes if I'm in a pinch because it's downstairs, I just go psst. But it's still full, even though it's been months.
of intimidating men and the fire marshal. We then did hours and hours of training and safety briefings to make sure we were going to do it right. And the reason I'm showing you this process is to educate you on how a stunt like this is done safely and how none of us were injured in the process. But without experts, this would be impossible and is extremely dangerous and something you should never attempt to do. And I joke around a lot in my videos, but do not attempt anything you see in this video. These guys are trained professionals. However, the one bad thing about the safety guys is that they are too safe and weren't fans of the device Michael and I made.
So this is what I made to light the guys could fire.
And Scott and I both agree this is probably not the best idea for the day. I don't know that we're going to get approval from the fire marshal. Scott?
Yeah, and in all honesty, if we had it like maybe 2 or 3 days ago where we could test it out, I think it would be better off not without being able to chance to get it to test it and stuff.
I mean, look, there's no question it would work, I'm sure, but
yeah, it does. It works. It's amazing.
We just got to, just from our end, it's just a
we just rather play on the safe side.
But it doesn't matter, as we are still going to get set on fire. So with me today, I've got 5 of the most hated people on the internet that I thought everyone would like to see get burnt.
Yeah.
We've got, starting with Hasan, Boy, Connor, Michael Reeves, and Ludwig. And the rules are simple. You're either going to be reading a truth that you told me or a lie that I made up that you don't know. And then the other team has to guess if you're lying or not, and if they get it right, and you are lying, you get set on fire like you saw before.
Okay. I would like to not get set on fire.
First up, randomly selected by me, we have Alexa.
I can't be the first one.
How do you say randomly?
I need to watch someone live so I can learn how it's done.
He's in the hot chair.
Yo, that's why they call it that. You also have Fat Albert's outfit on.
Yeah, when are we getting into the costume?
This is not.
I always get a boner when I lie, by the way. Just don't look down here.
Just Pinocchio. Dick gets huge.
All right, you can read your truth or lie out.
So I snapped my dick in half. I was playing with this earlier.
So what happened? Could you run us through the scenario?
Yes, I can. I was having sex with a girl.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
First time?
Yes. And we were just getting too ambitious. She was on top, and then, it goes out and doesn't go back in.
Oh, yeah.
But I heard a noise.
Right.
Recreate it for me.
The other noise.
Don't want to get on my... it was just out, and then not in, and then it was just like...
Did it make your dick larger or smaller in the aftermath?
No, it's fair.
Oh, yeah. It's like
Because I
when
can
they
imagine if
break
it
your
broke off, the blood just stays circulated like a balloon.
Right. It probably makes it
It's
wider
just stuck
at
in
least.
there.
It's like when they break your leg so they can make you taller by putting more.
Yeah, actually, she's doing me a favor. A year later, at the point at which it snapped, everything above the crooked bit died. So if I...
What? Wait, stop. What do you mean it died? Like it atrophied?
If I were to have an erection, like I have right now,
yeah.
It would be, the bottom half would be erect and the top would be like a
wavy, wacky, like a tube man.
So how does that work now, then when you have sex?
I got better.
We got better.
Just got better.
Come on. What was that process of healing like? Was it?
It sounds like he did. It sounds like the process of healing was he just did nothing.
I did nothing.
Presumably this is the thing that you thought about a lot.
It lasted a year.
A year?
A year of just a half penis.
How was it when you peed, when it was flopping everywhere? Was it?
Well, I didn't pee with an erection, so it was kind of like the same.
Okay. All right, so you broke your dick. Did you finish the job?
Break the rest of it?
No, did you?
With the girl.
With the woman, did you?
I've never the woman. No,
I feel like there's 1 ounce of truth in this story that has just been
that he's had sex.
Even then, I don't know at this point.
Yeah. Does he look like a man who's had sex?
The way I'm dressed now.
Too much.
Oh, I think it's true. I think it's 100% true. I think he broke his damn dick.
I think it's true that maybe you were having sex and your dick bent. I think that's about it.
But you don't think a year later it'd be?
I think I would know about a second later.
It was not going into rigor mortis over the course of a year.
How do you feel, Michael?
I don't think he was going anglerfish dick for 1 full year, right? I would have noticed like the millisecond. Yeah.
Are you cut or uncut?
Uncut.
I don't think that's relevant, but you guys have to make a decision.
I think
now.
that's relevant.
What are you saying?
I think it's true. But I will vote with the majority. If you guys both think it's a lie, I will join you.
I think we set his pants on fire, you think?
I think he's lying. What do you think, Michael?
I think he's lying.
Yeah, I think he's lying. Well, if you think he's lying, press the buzzer and then Alexa reveal if it's a truth or a lie.
Please.
Do it like a Sailor Moon. Everyone presses the button.
All right. 3, 2,
Fire.
1. Fire.
For a year of my life, I was rocking the medieval flail.
No way! No!
I knew it.
Ludwig knew.
I knew.
You.
I got it.
Merrick DeVille, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're watching Liar Liar, You Get Set on Fire. You guys are about to watch me catch on fire.
He sounded so genuine.
So next we have Michael Reeves.
Michael, get out there, baby.
Yeah. So Michael, if you just want to read it out from your phone.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I killed my mother's favorite plant. No, not my mother.
Yeah, wow.
I'm gonna phrase it better. She has a little succulent garden. She has one prized succulent that she very much enjoys. And I killed it because in Hawaii, like I piss off the porch a lot. And I would like shoot my acidic piss onto it. And I took a plant from the neighbor's yard and subplanted it in the same place that the other plant was.
Did your mother know that the plant was changed?
She didn't let on that it happened. Like she would like ask about it, like here and there to like.
What, she had suspicion?
She had a suspicion. I don't know if she knew that I did it.
It was the same type of plant.
It was the same type of. It was a succulent, but not. Actually, I don't know. It looked really similar. It could.
No, the answer is no. If you clip this video, you're not going to get a VIP plus $100. I was talking specifically about Israel Palestine.
Would have been like.
Hasan, you deserve jail. You and Twitch are cooked. La Petite Gitan. Ring of Power Season 3 has been canceled. Thank you, Chad Trump and Elon Musk, for the raid on U.S. aid. This is the funniest aspects of Asmongold's community coming in here. And like openly being like, dude, I love Donald Trump. He's so based. He's so woke. And then being like, you've hurt the feelings of Israel. You need to be killed. Like, what planet are you guys living on? I can't believe you've hurt the feelings of Israel, the only nation on the planet. Daddy Elon, please kill this man. Some people in the chat are saying his name is a French slur. It's not surprising. Oh no. An entirely different plat.
It could have been a different plat.
How'd you clock him as an Asmon watcher? Oh, because Asmongold is watching the content fart. So the entire day, some of the lowest IQ people on this website that I've ever encountered have been in the chat being like, I love Donald Trump. He's the GOAT. He's my GOAT. People who are like, I think there's nothing wrong with Nazism are coming in here to be like, you have done the biggest crime of all. You are a terrorism supporter and should be killed instantly. Also, Elon Musk wasn't doing a Nazi salute. And even if he was doing a Nazi salute, I think that was good.
Killed it with your piss?
Yeah. So like.
Radioactive piss?
Yeah, how
really-
you grill your own teammate?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Oh, 14?
What's your daily water consumption?
You're on the team.
Like?
Pretty good now, bad then.
See, because my dog used to piss on our lemon tree.
Yeah.
And it was like flourishing from his pee. And once
Yeah.
it died, the lemon tree died because no one was left to piss on it.
Ah.
So like...
We eat different.
Yeah,
You're not.
At what point did you realize? Because the plant didn't just like die suddenly. You did a lot of pee.
It was one day while I was pissing. Like the
Wait,
tips.
so you continuously pissed on that plant?
Yeah, well, I mean, I piss off the porch a lot.
Wait, did
at
you
my
piss
house.
on the new plant?
No. I moved it to the left.
How?
You're winning big and you don't have to do anything? No, I'm not winning anything. Come on, dude. There's no winning in this situation. There's no winning in this situation. Only losing. Can't believe I've let these men into my home. Hasan, you look hot in this. Thank you. The other
The pissing was not the weird part. The
Did
pissing.
you kill the other plants?
No. I just pissed this on this one good plant. She has the garden underneath the porch, and so I piss off the porch.
Why did you piss off the porch?
So you're a loser if you it's all because it's awesome.
No, that's true.
Yeah, no,
It's an innate man desire.
If I had a porch, I'd piss off it.
Yeah.
The higher place you can pee off, the more rewarding the piss.
It's the greatest freedom I'm afforded.
And you
as a
see the
man.
stream break apart,
Yes.
fly in the air.
Oh, yeah.
No, I understand that completely.
Yeah, and from the top, I don't know if you know, a succulent looks like a bullseye target. If you know what a succulent, it looks.
It yearns for the
It just
piss.
looks perfect.
The succulent yearns.
It's like
for
it's asking for it.
What made it?
Yeah.
What made it her favorite plant? Why
I
that
think it was her
one?
largest. I don't know, most flourishing. She just liked it. It was on like if you have like cinder blocks. It had like a little pedestal.
So how are you guys feeling? What are you leaning towards?
This seems very low stakes, which is precisely the reason why I think it's a lie.
Yeah. Is Alex smart enough to come up with like a lie like that though?
Well, that's meta.
Yeah, that's
you're not
meta
reading me,
gaming.
you're reading mine.
Oh, okay.
Also, why is he on your team? The guy
Well,
made
we like to
lies.
Yeah, we're cheating. We don't want to be lit on fire. So.
I think he's lying.
You think he's lying?
I think pee is good for plants.
Based on that
Based
one
on my
thing.
dog.
Yeah.
So,
So, I'm gonna say that this is too low stakes and a lie. Unanimous decision.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're an idiot.
Michael, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It was a lie.
Well, there we go. First guy on fire.
It's so sick.
Any hot spots? Any more hot spots? Good. Hands and knees.
Okay, before we burn the next person, we've got a quick ad break brought to you by the sponsor of today's video, Odoo. Setting your business on fire is easy if you're not using Odoo, an all-in-one business
The
management
way you were looking at that fire gives arsonist vibes. Dude, it was very warm.
software that provides entrepreneurs like me with a range of applications to simplify the day-to-day management of their business, including invoicing, accounting, project management, website creation, and more. Today I'm focusing on the Odoo Project application that offers a comprehensive and flexible project management solution that allows anyone or any business to track project progress and set deadlines, budgets, resources, as well as collaborate in real time.
For me, when it was happening, in my mind, I think the reason why it looked like I had a blank stare was because in my mind I was thinking, oh God, I'm about to do this myself.
You can easily create projects and customized milestones to break down complex projects. Assign a responsible person or persons to each task, set a deadline, add tags, and use status.
Or the real reason why I had a blank stare is because I'm Californian and fires are a daily occurrence.
To organize and track progress. Within each task, you can schedule activities such as to-dos, calls, meetings, reminders, and more. You can directly send email to client or internally, as well as put log notes to remember the little details. You can set up your view based on your needs. The Kanban view organizes tasks stage by stage, which you can move around like sticky notes. The Gantt view is a timeline that gives you an overview of your tasks, their dependencies, and scheduled dates. The list view displays all the data you need and allows you to perform batch actions. Simple and powerful. So go check out Odoo today, as Odoo allows you to manage your projects for free with its lifetime free first app offer, including unlimited hosting and support. All right, back to the burn.
All right, so next up we have randomly selected, we got Ludwig.
Get him there, big boy.
Get in the hot seat.
All right.
Oh, shit.
I would like to not get burned, if possible.
That's not good clothing.
I once lied to a guy at a party that I had done drugs to seem cool.
He's trying too hard, and that's a classic Ludwig story.
Who did you lie to?
It was a college party, and his name was Preston, and he had a very big Twitter account. So I thought he was famous.
Did you, what's the drug? You pretend to be on heroin or like?
I said I did meth.
Nothing sounds cooler.
Well, because at these parties they did like, you know, there was weed, there was coke, so it's like, you can't lie about a drug that's available, because then you might be forced to do the drug.
Brilliant.
Oh, you
Brilliant
didn't.
move.
It had to be a drug that wasn't there.
What was his reaction when you told him you're a meth head?
He did not believe me. Well, so what he initially did is he asked me if I wanted to do drugs there, and then because I did meth, wouldn't you like to do the coke that's available? And I said no, because I didn't want to do cocaine.
So you said you did meth in order to get out of doing the other drugs. So like, would you like coke? You're like, no, I'm too full. I've done meth. Sorry,
No more from me.
It's like he was offering chips and guac, and I was like, I had a steak. I've eaten so much.
Like, prod you on it? Did he ask you additional questions about like how did you feel when you were on meth? Like,
he jumped straight to let's do drugs now then. No, I would just, you know, it was like an offhand comment. It was like
I always have those when I'm telling people I'm doing meth.
I was like, it's like he was like, how's your day? I was like, I've done meth. It was very casual. It was breezy. I thought it was breezy.
Okay. To be fair, the first time I met you, similar conversation.
You know, it comes up. It comes up.
How are you feeling? What do you guys think?
I go with him. He knows it more. Although you do seem like a pretty breezy meth addict.
I'm very breezy.
No, the story, it's not about whether or not he actually did meth. It's about whether he tried to impress a guy.
Since I've done meth many times.
Yeah.
But back then I had not done meth.
So you did that for yourself,
So
to impress people.
What's your decision?
I would like your feedback, because this is a team.
Yeah, let's do it.
Unanimous decision is important. I still think this is absolutely true.
Okay. Yeah, I think so as well.
All right. True.
It was a lie.
Oh.
No! It was a lie.
A very good lie. Very good lie.
There was a man named Preston, but I did not do meth or talk about meth. But he did kiss me once.
Wow.
It is such a, like, that right there. By the way, look, I had to put these cables on in order for these pants to hold up. Swag, though. It looks kind of cool. It's a little bit embarrassing, my story, but I stole my best friend's Nintendo DS.
Wow.
Okay.
First off, you're... Let's get outside of the way.
friend was this friend?
He was my father's close friend's son, so I wasn't like super close with him.
Like a family
We would
friend.
hang out every now and
Stealing
then.
from that guy? It sounds fairly connected.
What DS are we talking about? 3DS, OGDS?
It was just like the regular OGDS.
What color?
Gray.
Okay.
What games did he have on it?
I forget which Pokemon edition it was. I think it was green, which was not. It was limited availability, and I stole it because, to be fair, my Game Boy Color had been stolen in the past. So I think I had like,
wait,
malicious.
You felt like you were justified.
You know,
What
like
do you mean to be?
Green? Pokemon Green on DS? Yeah, it wasn't on DS. So bad at lying. I know, shut up. Shut up. I'm so bad at lying. I can't play these fucking games.
Fair. If someone
I tried to do the thing that was like, I tried to do the thing where it was like close to the truth. You know what I mean? Because like I've told a variety, like a version of this story before because it is something that's like similar. But yeah, it was Game Boy Advance. And also, you said you were gaming. That's an easy lie. Okay, listen.
robs you, don't
Shut
rob
up.
someone else out of more.
I was a kid.
He's a communist.
I was a kid. I was
It's
I was redistributing his property to myself.
How old were you when this happened?
I don't remember, like 12, 13.
How did you get away with this? Did you go to his house?
Yes. So we would sometimes go to his house, sometimes they'd come to our house, and it was on the library in, like, I don't know why he just like left it on the library, but I literally straight up
Because it's
before.
probably his house, and that's what you do. It's not like he left it at a Starbucks. He left it
Fair.
in his own
My
home.
Game Boy was stolen from me at a bowling alley. Not that it's relevant to the
It's not.
conversation.
It isn't. You keep bringing it up though.
So, presumably you got to steal it. Where are you stashing this thing? What did you stash?
Because you're
just in my pocket.
You're 12, so you're like 230 pounds, 6'8" at this point.
No, I was normal size when I was a kid.
Nintendo DS in your pocket, the OG, the one that's like
Yes.
quadruple thickness.
Yes.
In your pocket. And
Yes.
You didn't.
Would you-
It wasn't like, hey, what's up with the?
No. But the thing is, like, it's awkward. You would never accuse someone of stealing when they're like a child like that.
I would.
It's weird.
So you put it in your pocket, and then how long before you left did you have to like keep it on you?
No. I timed it. Like I waited for like the most opportune moment where there was not anyone around, but also simultaneously like close to leaving.
You planned out this heist.
Yeah.
Still, did you decide to do it on the day?
I did. Oh no, it was on the day. It was.
What an odd.
I just fired it off.
Did he ever notice it was gone?
I don't know because my father was like, "Where did you get this Nintendo DS?" And
Built it.
like, after that point, it was like, because when you're a kid, you don't have any money. That's the part I did not actually think about. Like, I planned this elaborate heist, but I did not plan how I would hide it afterwards.
The elaborate heist, putting it in his pocket.
It worked. Excuse me. It worked.
Were you left leaning from this age?
No, I was.
What were the politics like?
I was not leaning in any direction at this point. I was a
need you
child.
guys to
Okay.
start making a decision.
So do you fess up to your father?
Yeah.
Did you fess up to the kid?
No.
Wow. So you
didn't-
told your dad was like, all right, you can keep it now.
No, he took it from me and he gave it back
Oh.
to the family. I suspect we suspiciously did not hang out with them as much, and after that experience.
Not that suspicious.
I think I did a decent job. In the beginning, I was like much more frazzled, but like I recovered well. Okay.
What are you guys feeling? What are you leaning towards? What's your?
I think it's a lie.
I just my gut says it.
I feel like he's definitely robbed, like
Somewhere.
maybe many people.
Yeah, lots.
His viewers.
Many heists have been done in his life.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't think he's robbed. And you know what it is? He said it was version green, which is only leaf green, which was a Game Boy Advance. All right. Lock it, lie.
Lie.
The power of 3. We unite.
Were you telling the truth or a lie?
It was a lie. I think I did well.
That was really good.
Did you steal?
Yes, I did. The problem is you are lying to 3 people who put 1,000% put months of time into Pokemon games. I know.
Kaya. Play. 3, 2, 1.
Dağı taşı dinmiyor gözümün yaşı. Gelin eyle tez günde ayırdı felek. Eğlen sona
Alexa.
All right, get up there. Get up there, King. Come on, baby. Come on.
It was so sick. So we all decided on what to do. We all decided like what our thing was going to be. Kaya plays. She does not like the new location of this. Hold on 1 second. What is happening? Girl. You got back into Marlboro? No, I didn't actually smoke it. Did you feel it? Yeah, I mean, it's hot. It's very hot. You can feel the warmth of the fire. It's in your face. But other than that, like, do you actually feel it on your body? No. Your cig was backwards? No, it wasn't. It's because the cigarette is not backwards, as you can tell here, okay? When I first pull it up, you notice that it's not backwards. It looks like it's backwards because it didn't actually light it. It actually burned the cigarette. No, it's not a huge ash either. It just burned the cigarette. Like it literally, all of this is like burn marks. It does kind of look like a huge ash though, so I'll just take it. How did it not ruin your clothes? Editing magic, baby. What did you actually steal? Pokemon cards. How did your eyebrows not burn off? I'm covered in like a non-flammable goo.
Three, two, one.
Like there's like 3 different layers of clothing covered in like protective goo, protective gel. That's why we're wearing these like weird ass outfits. The first leg fold was hilarious. Aha, you said it and went nope that way. No, that was on purpose because I wanted to. Everyone was doing something, and I wanted it to be like long enough because there's a limited amount of time where they let you catch on fire, and then once it's over, like I think it's like 10 seconds or something. Once it's 10 seconds. They put it out regardless.
Yandı dalı taşı, dinmiyor gözümün yaşı. Ah, gelin eyle, tez günde ayırdı felek. Eyle.
Yeah, the gel is very cold. So ironically, the fire feels kind of good. And I don't know what the song they're playing here is. But it's a Turkish song. And then they make you go starfish, and then they use the flamethrowers.
Alexa.
Fire
All right, get up
extinguishers.
there. Get up there, King. Come on, baby. Come on.
And no, I wasn't in pain at all. There was no pain whatsoever. It was awesome. I didn't feel anything. And that's it. Like there was no pain whatsoever. Also, I look sick as hell.
Come on.
Peter Griffin looking ass.
So one
Damn, were you a
time
voice
I
actor?
broke my vagina in half. When I visit different beaches around the world.
No, I didn't get any minor heat burns. Why do you keep asking? No, I didn't get that at all.
I have a habit of like tasting the sand.
That's shit. I do that too, man.
What country has the best sand?
Australia, always.
So you just every time you go somewhere, you're like, is it like home?
I'm like, yuck.
They do it better.
Is it do different areas of Australia have different tastes?
Yes.
What's the dish like profile of the different sands?
It's not a taste thing. It's so that was why. It's a texture. It's a texture thing. So like
Brisbane sand just is like coarse.
Brisbane sand is sweet.
Oh.
I think Western Australia is coarse.
Okay.
Okay.
And why do you do this?
Yeah. When did they happen?
Do you enjoy
So
it?
when I was a kid, I'm still a hypochondriac now, but I was convinced I had like parasites.
Okay.
And I read a line that if you eat sand, it flushes them out. They can't handle it.
How old were you?
I was like, I don't want to say because I'm going to sound, it's older than I should have been. I was 14.
So you swallow like a little rock, and then it just takes a parasite out with it.
Yeah.
Like a boulder falling on the parasite.
Jones. Small intestine.
But since then, I've kind of, because I've already done it, I want to kind of like document it in my head.
You
It's
still
like
do it to this day?
Yeah.
Is it wet or dry sand? Do you scoop it?
It's dry. It's dry.
Oh, that's a good question. How much? Can you show me like by amount? Like how much
So
we're talking?
it varies. Depends on how game I am.
Do you
to do
chew?
it. No.
Just swallow.
Yeah.
So you still do it? Are you still a hypochondriac?
Yes.
What made you a hypochondriac at 14? Because that's 14-year-olds are not known for being.
Freaky kids.
What country has the finest sand? Is
Australia.
It Australia,
It's,
really?
It's
Okay.
down south in.
Have you had?
Well, I say worse because I couldn't actually eat it, but when I was back home and I was like in Croatia, they have like the giant pebbles.
You swallow, don't spit.
Yeah, I just spat them.
And like if you're in Nice at like a rock beach, you're just sucking on a stone.
I've never been. It's not like a premeditated thing. It's more like a nervous twitch.
Have you got anyone else to do it?
Yeah, he's done it.
Who's it is?
I mean, I don't know if I should say or not.
Wow. He's done it's interesting.
No, he's lying.
You think?
This is a lie, 100%.
I thought it was a lie until he said that.
No.
What do you think?
Did you say West Coast was the
The West Coast is grainier. It's like rougher in West Coast Australia.
That makes sense because they disconnected from Africa, and then the East Coast has always been separated from like it's always been oceanfront.
Yeah, I was gonna say the currents, don't they go this way? And so the west side should be smoother.
But isn't it Pangea one state?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Pangea.
All right, how are you leaning?
I think it's a lie.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lie.
I'm down to go lie. And you know I think why?
Why?
How the is a hypochondriac gonna let his dead dick just sit there for a year? How in the hell?
Freaking out.
Does he have a flailing dead penis and he's like,
Whatever.
all right.
Lie.
I do not eat sand.
Dude, Alexa is so good. He is so good at lying. Like that is such an insane story. And he told it, and I was monitoring chat to see what they would be saying. Like, did they suspect him of lying or whatever? And there was hella people being like, I think I've heard him say this before. This tracks. This is exactly how Alexa would operate. Okay? It doesn't matter how many times he changed the story in between. It literally doesn't matter. He's just so good at telling stupid ass stories. And he's also so brain broken and has done so many insane things that you can't help but go, this is not too far for him. I can see him doing this. He's a freak.
Yeah, hello 911. I'd like to report the fire. Yeah. Yeah, I can hold a little.
What's the address? I don't know the address. We've got a different one here. This is for me. I'm going to read it out. It's for you guys, but you have to make a decision and press the button, and if you're wrong, you get set on fire.
Wait. So
when I was a child, I glued my eyes closed with super glue.
yeah, no, this is true. This is true. Okay, no. Okay, wait. So, both eyes?
Yes.
Or did you do the first and you thought, this is fun?
So what happened was my mum had really dry eyes and she was using eye drops. And for some reason as a kid, I was like, why don't I get to use eye drops?
Yeah, that's cool.
So then she was doing it, and then one time, I don't know where she was. She was somewhere. She was maybe in the garden.
Right.
I was just pulling through drawers and I found super glue and I thought it was eye drops.
Oh, because of the same shape? Like
and then immediately I was like...
How old are you?
I was probably year 5, which is like...
It's like
10.
So like old enough to read when it says super glue?
Yeah. No, old enough to read when it reads super glue.
And when you opened the can, like slow, or the tube?
So it was a little tube.
Yeah.
I opened it up and just put it in my eyes.
Directly in?
Directly into my eyes.
What was the medical intervention like for that afterwards?
It took a while because I didn't know what I had done. So I told my mum. She was like, "What'd you put in your eyes?"
How'd you find your mom? If your eyes were
It was hard, but I found her.
Fucking echolocating
I think I was calling her out. I don't completely remember.
He's like, Marco, and mom's like, all right, we'll play.
It is childhood trauma. He probably doesn't remember all of it.
And then she found me, and then she took me to like, I don't know if it was ER or it was like one of those like little like home clinics. And they put stuff in my eye. I don't exactly know what it was, but it was like
more super glue.
More super glue to make it clear. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One of the eyes was like closed almost completely, and I could not move it. And then the other eye, it didn't do much for whatever reason. Maybe I missed, but they put something else in my eye. I presume it was a solvent of some kind. And then it was fine. Then it was all right.
I mean, this just sounds like what Australians do.
Yeah, this just sounds like very much what you would do.
I don't think a single Australian hasn't done this.
Yeah, I think so.
That's why they have the
Alex, have you
solvent
done this?
on hand.
No. Oh, okay. I was too busy doing other stuff.
Eating sand.
Look.
I think it's true.
I think it's true.
It's true. They had eyeball solvent on deck.
Slap it. True.
True. It is the lie.
He's abused on disrespecting Australians.
Once again, it obviously sounds exactly like something he would do. Okay? That was kind of obvious. How? I assume Asmongold is done with the content fart. So we're going to be seeing a lot of people waiting the 10-minute time period to come in here and be like, "You're a fucking terrorist. You're a piece of shit terrorist sympathizer promoting terrorist propaganda. Fuck you. Go choke on a dick forcefully since you think that shit is no big deal. Fucking garbage ass person. Go live with that terrorist kid you love so much, jackass. I hope you lose your career. Don't worry. I'm blocking and reporting you after this." I'm blocking and reporting you. Yeah, I assume Asman finished the video, so we're going to be seeing more brilliant minds in here. I like that he's blocking and reporting me, but also making like insane threats and insane statements in general in the chat, which might even end up causing them to lose their account. Who's blocking and reporting you? Random guy who got banned in the chat. This one was really cool too. Lud had a really cool one. For the record, like, okay, not to ruin the fun, but everyone that's like reacting that way is faking it. Like, it's not everyone that's reacting like, oh my God, I'm on fire. Like, obviously you could probably tell from the way that Alexa and Lud and myself reacted to it. It's not, you know.
Thank you for getting burnt, everybody. You all look.
This show's rigged. You just made it so everybody lost and everybody has to get burned.
That's what everyone wants to see. All right? That's what they want.
There's no chance of winning.
They wanted to see that.
What team won?
Well, the thing is, I'm not keeping count, but the thing will pop up here. So congratulations, whoever team, you won that fire extinguisher. Yeah. Good work, everybody.
Gentlemen, please.
That's it. That's done.
This is literally the same boy video.
You ready to set a dog on fire?
Are the fire extinguisher or is that thing a problem? What do you call that?
What?
No. The fire
Sprinklers, no. They should be turned off for this. Yeah. You're gonna want your eyes closed. It gets very warm in the eyes.
I want to hold a cigarette while I do this.
That's so good.
Totally fine.
I feel like that's a fire photo.
It's actually really dangerous. The long-term effects.
Are you good? Are you?
Yeah, cancer. All right, I'm gonna make sure everything's going over there pretty good.
It's cold. Did you go in expecting to get set on fire? No. Everyone was going to get set on fire. Are you kidding me? We all wanted to do it. Like, you have the opportunity to be set on fire in an incredibly safe environment. Are you kidding me? You're not going to take it?
It's a little bit cold. It's not bad. Don't worry. It was cold at first, but it's not that bad once it's like you.
Ooh. That's viscous.
I know. Breathe.
Can I tuck this in? That's cold.
We gotta tuck these in, okay?
Yep, that's fine. It's kind of nice. If it wasn't cold. If this was warm, I'd be aroused right now.
Alright, well just don't tell your girlfriend. Alright, then what's
You look so funny. The fact that you look like a business guy.
Is that what I wear, dude?
Just so you know.
When are we getting into the costume?
Safeties for just a quick moment. Feel on you. By his mouth. And under his nose.
Only 2 people were allowed to do full body. We did half body. So we had to be seated.
There is a little hot spot there.
Hit him again. How is that? Good?
That's good.
All right, stand on up.
Also, the reason why I did it was because in a video that will probably never come out at this point, I actually waterboarded Alex. In an Alexa video, when I was in Australia, I literally waterboarded him, and it traumatized me. And I felt like I owed it to him to do whatever he demands of me in one of his videos. Yes. I think many of you forgot. I don't think that was filmed. No, it was. We filmed it. It's out there. Yes. Did it traumatize him? I think so. Bro is the US president? Yes. They gonna clip you like crazy for this, Unc? Yeah, I know. I know. The number one thing, what was the context? It was for another video, CIA torture methods. But yeah, the one thing the one thing that people do always is when someone accuses you of being a bad guy, you're never capable of joking. You're never capable of having nuance, and you're never capable of just like doing things. Anything that you do with your friends will be will be filtered through the most negative lens possible. Okay.
Yeah, nice burn.
There you go.
How did it feel?
Not like much, just a bit warm.
Get his arms. In your nose, out your mouth. Yeah, there you go. You look so scabby. Watch your Stay on him. All right. There you go. Hey. Good shit. There you go.
Straight out the womb. I feel like a new person.
All right.
You're a little bit of a placenta.
I don't know where he is, but he told me keep trying to light it for too long because like you're not gonna be able to light it.
Yeah.
It still didn't light, by the way.
No, it won't.
I was like holding it, but I was like, I need to make it look cool.
I thought people were.
Hey, my enemy. What is this?
I might try to convince the Fear and boys to fly out here for a weekend so we can film an episode. We'll see if they do. I don't know if they will. Fingers crossed. I will try. I will try to get them to.
Boo. Okay, we might do it. Him lighting the cigarette the wrong way is absolutely sending me. I didn't light the cigarette the wrong way. Okay. We might actually fly out to do that possibly next week, since this will be like the 8th cutie free episode if we don't do that. Y'all are simps. Cutie would never do that for you. Yes, she would never fly. This is correct. You're getting flown out? No, we wouldn't be getting flown out. We'd be flying ourselves. You should drive so that you can take Kai to play in the snow. No, because it's too far.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Any update on you going to Gaza? I'm still working on it. For those of you who don't know, by the way, this was not my own suggestion. This was suggested by people that, you know, directly work on the ground in Gaza. But like I said, I obviously won't do it if it's dangerous in terms of, you know, not in terms of Hamas, but in terms of Israel.
For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by Stavros Halkis. He's a stand-up comedian who can catch live on the Dreamboat Tour coming to a city near you. Keep up with him weekly on Stavi's World, wherever you get your podcasts. And he also stars and co-wrote what is, in my opinion, one of the funniest comedies of the year. It's called Let's Start a Cult, which is available on demand now.
Coward, does it hurt to see your boyfriend cheating with your nemesis? Yeah, it's over. You can never trust a Greek man anyway.
This is number one? Where's the bullshit?
This is what I get for trusting a Greek man. Would you ever go on Hot Ones? Never. Sean Evans is my enemy. This is the only one-sided beef I have where I'm on the side of the beef. I'm the one who's actually beefing, and the other side doesn't know I exist. Never forget, Sean Evans stole my award.
Then I have also said that, but
No, I'm saying this is the only beef where I'm on the side where I'm beefing and the other side doesn't know that. Every other beef I have is one-sided beef as well, but, you know, I'm not the one beefing. DMs with Eldon. It's yay. If I call you and you ask me some dumb shit, I'm hanging up metaphorically. I'm walking out on you like Cardi did. What up, bro? Hope all is well. Nah, no dumb shit hit me. I prefer to be addressed as sir and to be asked to call you. Please give me a call at your earliest convenience, sir. I appreciate your heart, though, sir. I never confirmed anything with Kai, but now he said he canceled me. The fuck? Wait, why did he leak this? Does he not realize that this just looks awful for him? I don't think he realizes anything. He's making Kai look good. Or not Kai, Aiden look good. Which is an impressive feat. Have you seen the man's Twitter? I have. I know. You right. Yeah, he was the top artist on the planet. Look at him now. Jesus Christ. And Kanye is losing it. Jews are arrogant and think they can speak to anyone they want any kind of way. That's why every Jewish wife is a bitch. Yes, sir. I will refer to you as sir. May I call you in 2 minutes, sir? Of course, I want to be your favorite Jew, sir. I just found out Kai did that too from a post. Not fully sure why. I've been wanting to do our stream since 2022, sir. You saying sir 4 times was condescending. I'm blocking you. Nobody's going to play with me. How y'all say it? Never again. Bro, we are on the dumbest timeline. I'm not even kidding. It doesn't get worse than this, I don't think. I don't think we are physically capable of getting dumber than this. We've officially hit the peak. We have officially hit the peak of stupidity. Is it possible? Is it physically? Not yet, Hasan. You want to know what's crazy? I don't think Aiden Ross was actually making fun of Kanye by calling him sir multiple times. I think in his mind, he thought, if I am as servile as physically possible, then I can get this collaboration. Like he was glazing, but he glazed it so hard that Kanye thought he was being condescending. If Ye knew anything about Aiden Ross, he would have recognized this man will sniff your chair when you get up. He was not trying to mock you. Why are we even trying to understand stupidity? Yeah, GG's Drake better. I got nothing, dude. People will be like, react harder. Say something. I got nothing to say here. What can I say?
But it's a good club.
Yeah, when Kanye starts tweeting like this, know that a new, even more mid album is near. Okay? It's coming up. It's on the docket. And it's going to be more mid than you could imagine. Take the fridge away from that spot. Dogs have sensitive hearing and it's probably bothering her. Ray! Yeah, it's weird because the fucking bed was on the other side of the fridge. What the fuck are you talking about? The bed literally was on the other side of the fridge and now it's on the other side of the fridge. No, it's not close to her head. It's equidistant. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, calm down. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God, she's so big. Chad agrees with me. That doesn't mean anything. Chad says the dumbest shit all the time. And no, they don't even agree with you. You got one of the dumbest chats who literally normally don't agree on anything to agree against you. Akaya's definitely gotten bigger in my absence. It's crazy. I can't even hold her up. Like, this is wild. Look at this. This is my 100-pound lap dog. Hi. Put her on the mic. Here. Speak into the mic. Don't lick it. What is Kaya's breed? She's a mix. Left the game against the Rockets with a non-contact injury, by the way. Lamau, Nico Harrison going into witness protection, bro. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. AD getting injured is crazy. Yeah. Kaya is a $100,000 pure breed Tibetan Mastiff that I actually stole from a Chinese orphan. And I paid the CCP $1 million for the extraction. I specifically wanted it to be stolen from a Chinese orphan. 100% purebred. A designer dog. And you know who transported? You know who transported her to the United States of America? Hamas. That's right. Logistics were done for this deal by Hamas. Yeah. She had to cross the Red Sea on this treacherous journey. You know who actually gave her passage? The Houthis. That's right. Now you know. Why did I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for her? Because she knows how to cook. That's right. All of those things were correct. It's all connected. Yeah. Many of you thought it was my mom that was making my meals. It's not. It's Kaya. Remember when I did this with Jason the Ween, and honestly, some of them are just hot for the sake of hot, and they taste like battery acid. There's only a couple that are like actually flavorful. Surprisingly enough. For people asking, like, would you be on the show? Of course, dude. But I think like you need to have something to promote. Like they don't just let you go on the show. I've done the 10 hot sauce about 5+ times and they're really fun. The bomb ruins your tongue and then the ones after aren't as bad solo. But since your tongue is fucked, the rest seem bad. I'm not going to lie. As much as I wanted to shit on Stabby, I think he did a pretty decent job. All right. Let's see what Michael Reeves' new video is about.
I want to buy a motorcycle. I want to buy a motorcycle. I'm a drug addict, and my drug of choice is lowballing people on Facebook Marketplace. If you've never experienced this narcotic, allow me to paint you a picture. It's 2 a.m. You have work to do, but instead you are lowballing the shit out of some guy named Greg. But do not misunderstand. You aren't here to buy. You are here to gamble on the idea that one of these poor motherfuckers will say yes to your lowball offer one day, instantly catapulting you into the stratosphere of euphoric galaxy feeling. They'll have to shoot you up with Narcan to wake you up. Have I ever successfully lowballed someone? Yeah, I mean, a couple of times. I actually lowballed a guy for this trip. But if I'm being honest, 90% of the time, they ignore me because I'm just not that good at negotiating. But I really, really want a motorcycle for cheap. So, the only logical conclusion, I will use AI to write a bot that communicates with the seller and negotiates for me on Facebook Marketplace.
Dude, Pawn Stars never saw him coming. Best I can do is $10. He literally is streamlining what they do on Pawn Stars, but basically turning it into a YouTube video. That's crazy.
What a pussy baby man would say. It's not gonna negotiate. The sole purpose of this bot is to fuck with people on Facebook Marketplace. To lowball them nonstop. To break them down psychologically. Negotiating is for terrorists. And these people are worse than terrorists.
How much money does he make? Rich people getting off on robbing poor people, shaking my head. I can't tell if this is like literally a joke or if my entire community is the friend who's far too woke. Because there were hella chatters before you that were unironically saying that. Like, this is a meme. I hope you understand.
Then, when they're at their lowest, I'll swoop in with an offer and give a massive discount, and they'll have no fucking idea.
Shut the fuck up, bro!
Okay, gamers, this code is the first step. I know it doesn't look like much, and that's because I hid most of it because it's very ugly. But it's important because it gathers information for us. And how are you gonna gaslight someone without information? Say you're on Facebook Marketplace and you see something you like. All you have to do is copy paste the URL, and then automatically it will open the product page in a Chrome window. It'll strip away all the useful information, the miles on it, the transmission, whatever the stupid ass seller wrote in the description, so we can use it later. And by use it later, I mean put it in a ChatGPT and ask it to write a mean message. But man, would it be annoying if you had to copy and paste all of that. Instead, do this. Now we can run this, and no hand, remind you. Yes, read all that shit. Bring it to ChatGPT. What? Fuck, what is this? Hey, I came across your listing. Thanks? You said thanks? You're supposed to be an asshole. Look, it says right here. Maybe you thought I was just calling it an asshole. Let's try it again. I tweaked the prompt a little bit and also named the bot Chet. Japiti. Come on, chat. Let's fucking go
I
chat.
see your post about the motorcycle, and I'm not interested in your sob story. You're sitting on a bike with a salvage title. Do you know what salvage title means? It means junk in bold letters. Who cares about fancy turn signals? I'll take it off your hands for $1,000. Take it or leave it. I've got better things to do than to haggle over your curbside treasure.
That's what I'm talking about. That worked pretty good, and it's pretty much ready to start messaging people for real. But how are we gonna know if it's actually better than a person at negotiating? For that, you would need a control group of people. That would take just too long. That's why I started 2 months ago. Subject 1, Lauren bought this camera listed for $550 for only $450. Good job, Lauren. How'd she manage that?
Hi, would you do 400 cash?
450.
Sounds good.
Powerful stuff. Benoit got this office chair listed for $350 for
Yeah, the video's a meme, but he still paid these people less than asking price when he's a millionaire. Oh, brother, this is why every single person outside of this community thinks this community is filled to the brim with fucking unlovable dipshits. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude, you can't live like this. You honestly, honest to God, you can't behave like this. Please, please be fucking normal, dude. Why engage with these weirdos? Because this is a 21-month subscriber. Okay? This is a 21-month subscriber. Okay? There are people already spoiling the end of the video. Like, this is the thing that makes me despise. This is why I always say, why the fuck would anybody ever grift, quote unquote, to the left? Okay? Just unlovable people up and down, dude. We don't know this YouTuber, bro. I do. And I know he's a good guy. And regardless, my immediate reaction to this isn't to be like cynical and think that this person is like working to fuck over, rob the working poor. I don't find memeing about this stuff funny, but it's whatever, not worth fighting about. Oh. Like, did you watch the video of me being caught on fire, which also included Michael Reeves in it, and immediately go, this is not funny. People catch on fire in Gaza every day. Like, is that how you operate? You look at YouTube videos designed for entertainment, and your immediate assumption is, how can I make this about, like, how can I make this about me being the most annoying person? Like, please, 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 please. Please, please be fucking normal. I know it's not too hard. It's not the most difficult thing that I demand of you. Please. Sometimes you should just watch the thing and consume it and enjoy it. Okay? You don't have to assume that everything that you see on a fucking YouTube video is happening in real time. You don't have to immediately consider the ethical the ethical dilemma of a fucking YouTube video. Oh my God. Stop responding? Fuck. No, it's important to respond to this shit just so that other people who also have this opinion in their minds, and there's plenty of them clearly, recognize that that is not an appropriate way to behave. Okay? That's why I'm doing this. It's called, you know, a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of housekeeping. Okay? I want to throw up. some people unironically mistake being a leftist with like just truly being annoying and unlikable. And it's funny because 90% of the people that I spend time with will quite literally be shocked because that is what they think my content is about. Okay? Because of the way that sometimes this community operates. Okay? So they're always like, damn, dude, you're actually unlikable to whom? Every single normal human being. We shouldn't critically analyze media. We are not unlovable. We are being constantly traumatized by the society. Appropriate behavior benefits the oppressor, not the oppressed. This is what I mean. You're fucking insane, chatter. You're an insane person. I hope you understand that you are currently doing critical media analysis over a fucking YouTube video. You're an insufferable person. You're not a good leftist. You're just fucking annoying. Do you understand? Oh, no, I'm a single mother. Okay, you're a single mother of three who is fucking annoying. Adding additional qualities to yourself does not change that reality. All right. To whom? To every normal human being that probably avoids having social interactions with you in the real world if you fucking behave like this. Okay? That's to whom that you are considered unlikable. Oh my God.
Only $350. What the fuck happened there? Jason.
Facebook Marketplace is literally a lifeline for so many unprivileged members of your community. Oh my God. Stop. Don't even. No more jokes. 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 Let's keep going.
Exercise bike for 10% off. There's a whole bunch more. But in the end, the average amount people negotiated down was 11.6%. That's the number that our bot needs to be. You might be wondering, how is this study in any way scientific? Now we can finally buy something to test out the gaslighting. We could get a blue door, or maybe a Paw Patrol scooter, or I was thinking a new monitor for my computer. Oh no, how'd that happen? Is to fuck with people. Oh man! Oh, beans! I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, this looks like a good monitor, and for convenience, I made this custom Chrome extension. So you just have to find the product you want, come up here, hit gaslight. A dashboard pops up for the product you want to buy, and you just wait. And wait, and wait, and then this pops up. It's like the Facebook page of the person I am. You don't touch anything, don't touch anything. Boom, okay. Haven't touched anything. It pops up, does it automatically, goes here, bada bing, look at that, fucking puts the ChatGPT message. Yeah!
Hey there, I'm interested in that flickering mess you call a monitor. How about I take it off your hands for $20? With all that color popping and shit, stop pretending it's worth 50.
Now we just wait. Give him a few hours to think about his life choices, and then I'll make an offer for, dude, no fucking way. Wait, what? You know how doing like the bot gaslighting thing? The bot sent the message like, fuck you, stupid monitor, and it offered less than 50% of what he offered. He agreed to the bot. Let's fucking go. No, that's not what's supposed to happen, dude. What do you mean? No, it's not supposed to. I hope he's not too mad.
Dude, he's gonna beat your ass.
The seller was late to our meeting, which gave me time to think about my strategy. I'm gonna poop my pants. I shouldn't have drank coffee. I'm gonna poop. I was corn dogging. Bad, but it didn't faze me. I had to lock in. Hey, how you going? Sorry. No, it's all good.
So I spoke to your mom or something?
Yeah. I lied.
So she told you about it. I use this for...
Like for gaming?
Yeah, just one gaming.
Just one gaming?
Yeah. Is this good?
I mean, it seems all right. Yeah, I was wondering why you accepted such an aggressive message from my mom.
Oh no, I didn't feel that way.
What do you mean it didn't feel that way? I'm interested in that flickering mess that you call a monitor? You didn't, what do you mean you didn't? Yeah, you said like 20 bucks?
Yep.
Is Loki another Jake Paul? How is this not cringe to you? When it's Jake Paul, you call it cringe? Okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I had secured the monitor, but I couldn't get rid of a nagging feeling. Dude, I feel kind of bad.
Why?
That I didn't get it for less money. Woo!
Nice feet, bro.
Dude, the bot works first try. Nothing I make ever works first try. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Oh, hey guys. Didn't see you there. Come on. Let me catch you up on what's been happening. It all started right here when I sat down to buy the second thing from Facebook. Oh, your account has been banned. Go fuck yourself, idiot. But it was all right. I thought this was gonna happen. I have multiple accounts. Let's try the next account, and the next account, and the next account. Every single one has been banned. So I contacted my cousin in Pakistan. He gave me the link to a site where I can just buy Facebook accounts. Then I had 50 Pakistani Facebook accounts, and they weren't getting banned. But then they couldn't message anyone. They get prompted for phone number verification because Facebook doesn't trust them. So I do the next logical thing. We're going to Best Buy. Prepaid SIM cards, baby. Oops, you're about 20 years too late. Prepaid SIM card companies recycle phone numbers, so every single one has already been used to make a Facebook account. I've become desperate. I need better quality accounts. So I go on gray market account forums, and finally, I find legitimate looking accounts. And you know what happens? They still get banned! Why? Why? I start to think, why? I got good accounts, I got my software written, I'm using a VPN. Oh, maybe it's the VPN. So I start researching. Normally when they log into Facebook, everyone has a different IP address. But people using a VPN all look like they're coming from the same IP address.
I am massively simplifying.
So 100,000 requests from the same place make it pretty obvious that that IP address is a VPN. Companies will keep a big list of these addresses. They're called known proxy lists. So Facebook trusts these accounts less. Well, then how did I get around this? If you guessed I went back to the store to buy more SIM cards so I can use them like little Wi-Fi hotspots, then you are probably a scammer. But you're right. And it kind of works now. I had to do a couple more things to get it fully functional, but if I say those things, YouTube will get mad at me, so I'll put them on Patreon instead. Good plug. Classy plug. Give me your money. With the bot done, there's only really one responsible thing left to do, and that's to gaslight some elderly people on Facebook Marketplace. No time, no time. Ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. Ignore it. Don't worry about it, okay?
$5, huh? Don't make me laugh.
Hello. Hey, how you going? Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Oh, yep, that's my waifu. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's giant. I've never seen
Yeah,
something
it's
like that.
big. You said $3? Do you have any trouble selling it?
A lot of people have asked, not a lot of people buy them.
How about going, man?
Yeah, take
How
it.
about going? I got it! I got it! I want a motorcycle helmet.
Listen up, champ. That's a lot to ask for a helmet with scuff marks.
You get a lot of people asking about it?
When I first posted it, not so much, but then the last 3 days I've been getting bombarded with messages.
Welder, to weld things. You know, what do you weld?
I started doing steel sculptures, and now I just I make pillows out of exotic animals.
Okay.
Like zebra and giraffe.
It looks like it's got everything. Do you have any trouble selling it?
Yeah, like the female bots that lowball you.
Yeah, bots. Why would I send just one, or two, or three? Everyone I message gets at least 5 bots, all lowballing them all at the same time. Actually, it's over the course of 24 hours to make it not arise suspicion. Let me read you some of my favorite messages that the bots have sent so far. Hey there, nya. I should mention that I've given each bot a different personality by just tweaking the ChatGPT prompt. Hey there.
Yeah, I'm super interested in your Lincoln Electric.
Wait. LLM, Naruto, Chat, Sam Altman.
Tweaking the ChatGPT prompt. Hey there.
Yeah, I'm super interested in your Lincoln Electric MIG welder. Since I'm saving up for an epic trip to Japan, I was wondering if you'd accept $65 for it. Arigato.
What the fuck? I sent that shit to a real person. Hey there, I saw
your listing for the ratcheting wrenches. But my college textbook fees have been really breaking the bank.
LLM, you're a broke college student who uses self-deprecation to negotiate for items. And he got Saikuno to voice it.
And my spirit. Would you maybe consider selling them for $15?
All right, I'm over it. This stuff is cool, but remember, I want to buy a motorcycle. So let's see which ones we can afford. Oh, none of them. Because I blew the entire budget on Pakistani Facebook accounts. Seriously though, I want something cheap, like a fixer-upper. You know, it's something I can use all these tools I just bought, boom, come full circle, call back previously in the video, boom, YouTube video, good. Also, those accounts were really expensive. So nothing too nice. Like this, it's cool, but this guy is a little too, honestly, it's pretty sweet, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's kind of cool. It's only $1,000. Oh wait, this is not even a, well. This is it. I'm sending the final message for the motorcycle. I've gaslighted this person with every bot that I have, and it's time for me to message him. I'm nervous. Yes, 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 yes! God damn, what the fuck? Anyways, I got the motorcycle. Today's the day. Today's the day. Because of my tailgate, one of the cables is broken. Tailgate? We are on our way to finally pick up the motorcycle. Oh wow, she's beautiful. Hello. Oh, it looks great. You said it runs fine.
Well, I haven't
Don't worry, I didn't understand that either, because most of the audio from this is completely useless, which is fine. It's fine. What ended up happening is I closed the deal, secured the bike, and all that really matters is that the motorcycle looks fucking sick. Oh man. Okay, so it's not legally or technically a motorcycle, but you guys are missing the point. What you should be asking is how much money did the bot save me on this 20-year-old broken down, not running moped? I got this bad boy for 15% off. And if you remember, the average person gets 11.6% off, meaning the bot saved me $34 off the purchase of this $1,000 vehicle. Let's fucking go, let's fucking go. And yes, I did spend $600 or $700 on Pakistani Facebook accounts to make the bot run, and no, the moped does not run. Yet. So I'm pretty good at computers and electronics type of stuff, but engines have always just been like a little bit witchcraft type shit, so I don't know what's wrong with it immediately. It makes a noise, like the starter motor makes a noise, but the engine just doesn't start. But I only imagine it could be like the oil. There's a lot of metal on metal contact in an engine, and the oil helps to cut down on the friction between the parts. If someone changes their oil often, it means they take good care of the moped. Attenzione, it's Italian, that means it's the original filter. This thing's 15 years old! That's not great, but let's try, nope, it was not the oil. Or it could be the carburetor's bad. Carburetors are like a mythical, scary thing, but they're actually just like a glorified spray bottle. See, gasoline by itself isn't all that powerful, but when you mix it with air by turning it into a mist, that's what happens in your engine. And that's really all this little fucker does. So I'm just gonna watch a YouTube video on how to clean it. Kind of like how I'm watching a YouTube video right now about carburetors so I can teach you guys how carburetors work. Also, the carburetor was not the problem. It could be the spark plug. It does what the name is. It's just a spark and it lights that gas on fire. Sometimes they stop sparking, but this one sparks, so this definitely won't be what fixes it. Oh. Ah! Yeah! Yeah! I'm the fucking best! Sometimes you don't even have to know what fixes something. You know, you just take it apart, put it back together, and then it works again. And sometimes you weld truck nuts to your moped to justify buying a welder. It's just how life is. So I think we can conclude that the bot was a success. It saved me $34 on this bad boy, and all we had to do was systematically gaslight a bunch of people on Facebook Marketplace. Now I did end up telling them about the bot. Those were all me. Who are you? Yeah, it was all us on like separate accounts. 4, 5 maybe were us.
It's like a bot.
It was like a bot, yeah. And I ended up paying them the full original asking price for what they were selling because I felt bad, but I just wanted to see if it would work. And it did. And it saved me $34. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, let it simmer in your brain, in your subconscious for the next couple days. If you didn't, then don't do that.
Please get that chatter back in here. No, I don't want to get that chatter back in here. See, chatters? Maybe you shouldn't fucking pre-fire 2 minutes into a goddamn video. Single mother of 3 chatters.
If you like this shirt I've been wearing, my girlfriend made it and I'm selling it now. And my girlfriend says if I sell enough, I could win a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut. So please, it's a really nice high quality Hawaiian shirt. It's like, oh shit, high quality Hawaiian shirt. It's got a quirky little Spam Musabi pattern on it. It's really nice. So if you're interested, you could go here and go to this website if you want to buy it. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in 2 seconds for an ad time. Wow, there's something.
Also, it's crazy because like, it's crazy to think that this is like, once again, a completely unjustifiable thing that he's doing, akin to Jake Paul or whatever the fuck. Okay. And then turning around and being like, you don't understand. This is a lifeline for chatters in your community. And this person made an entire YouTube video destroying their livelihood. Like,
In the oil. It's a NordVPN ad. You know what a VPN is. Let's not do that again. But Nord offers a lot of stuff outside of its VPN service. It's part of the reason I wanted this as a sponsor. Do you remember when I bought all those SIM cards so I could use their IP addresses? After I did that, I found out that Nord has a service called Dedicated IP Addresses. Guess what that does? They give you a unique IP address that only you use, which means it's not on known proxy list, which means websites can't detect that you're using a VPN. I tried it with a bot, and it just fucking worked. So I would have not had to buy 100 SIM cards, which I thought was pretty cool. Like the value proposition of a VPN is like it keeps you safe, right? But most sites use SSL these days, so traffic is generally pretty safe. What not a lot of people think about are malicious websites themselves, which is where a feature like NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro comes in. It's got a malware scanner built in, it deletes tracking cookies, but honestly, the most useful feature is that it can prevent phishing scams. Using a big-ass database of known phishing links, it can help prevent you from getting your information phished, which is incredibly important because they get my ass sometimes. I get an email, it says my Amazon package has not been delivered. I think, fucking monkey brain, click the link. Normally, the biggest threat to our online security is ourselves being stupid. And features like Nord Threat Protection help to protect that. So if you're interested, go to nordvpn.com/Reeves to get you 4 months free off a 2-year plan. It's pretty risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee, I think. And thank you to NordVPN for helping us support the channel.
Yeah, he's using NordVPN to
It's
scam
broken,
elderly families whose only lifeline is Facebook Marketplace. Is disgusting. Anyway, I apologize for jumping the gun, but I've never seen these guys' content with how many piece of shit content creators are out there. Dude, stop justifying it. What are you talking about? I'm glad that you're apologizing, but there is no reason for you to justify it. Okay? Like, what is happening here? You can't just be like, oh, yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of people who are assholes. Like, this is not real commentary, okay? Jeez, Lord mercy. Like, you gotta rewrite your mentality in its entirety if that's the way you operate. I'm gonna be honest with you. I made a supercut of your latest activism with a nice jump off point. Wait, what is this? Oh god, it's Ethan. I'm not gonna watch this. I don't want him to make like 700 more hours of content off of it. I'm so fucking tired. Anyway, stop pre-firing, chatters. That is literally my point. My point is you pre-fire. And also, you have a rather cynical approach. And it's not a good thing. All right, I'm done though. I'm tired. Okay? I'm done for the day. Anyway, love you guys. I think I'll see you tomorrow. And that's it. That's it for today. Love you all. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 painful fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie, a Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning